Miss America. I want to kiss America. Igor, go to the crypt and get me a chocolate mama from the cookie jar. Do not scream, do not holler, in there is Hopkins' girl power. Igor, go to the church around the corner and get me a Virgin Mary with a red cherry. What is civilization coming to? This world is slipping into the dark ages. Blood, no good, more sugar. Igor, invite Madonna for dinner. I want to eat in her. I love her French mussels. I love her mussels. I want her red claw mussels. Oh, my darling, do you drink holly? Why are you snarling? Are you Slovenian? Life has no meaning. Are you from Estonia? I don't want to catch pneumonia. Igor, when I regain my vigor, I will stop telling you these cheap jokes. Oh, Madonna, you are so creamier, you are so dreamier. I hope you ain't got no bulimia. Tomasso, you're the boozer. Sharon Stone, I want your bones. Igor, what? You reported me to the Internal Revenue? I will kill them one by one. Igor, you got some gizzards? I want to eat their I want to eat. You got some lizards? I want to eat their gizzards. Igor, pour me a bottle of Pepto-Bismol. Life is so dismal. Igor, hurry, I gotta go to the dormitory. They got a fire sale. Igor, did you hear about the umpire that went to bed with a baseball bat and woke up with 2 foul balls? Are you from Libya? Give me your tibia. Igor, you want to kill me? I'm your brother-in-law. Come with me to the campfire for a marshmallow. Do not be afraid of the vampire. I am not a harsh fellow. Blood, no good. More sugar. Life is impossible. Take me to the hospital. Pain reducer. Fever reliever. Igor, we will kill many men, and we will love many women in the next millennium. Igor, it's a wonderful world. I'm the happiest man, wonderful life. I'm the happiest man in the world, 'cause I love everybody. Igor, go to boogie. Blood, nobody, more sugar. I love everybody, dead or alive, I don't care. Blood, no good, more sugar. Ah, for the good old days of red wine and roses. The age of innocence. I got to remember. Come on, girls. 4 minutes, all right.
Anybody want to creep up here and sing?
Okay.
Focus was shaking. He sniffed the cheerlead water club, half not offense as I peel off a 20 from a roll that won't feel it and step off, promising to buy him new sneakers on a Sunday that never comes.
Performance. I thought, oh, cool. You know, what is this now? What it was, pure actors reading Mark Twain. And this is not, even when her lighthouse is dimmed, realize that the nightingale will devour the remains of your remorse. Get up, go to the balcony, don't be afraid. It is we shadows who will weep in the throes of making love. It goes like this. Coming onward, quitte le veille, quand il pleure en plein soleil, comme la mer.
And I've got a hesitation blues. Can't seem to make up my mind. You could be my
best, something out of the ordinary. I don't mind taking a shot in the dark with a member of a fringe category. When you go on a blind date, you are matching yourself up with an unknown entity. You are taking a big risk investing in a product sight unseen. You wouldn't buy a car this way. You wouldn't put a down payment on an apartment without inspecting the size, the shape, and the smell. Would you buy a piece of meat from the butcher without getting a good all-around look first? And by the way, do you have your own butcher? Probably not. I bet you go shopping for your meats at a big supermarket that sells everything from meat to patio furniture. And there's your problem right there. You should be buying your meats from a neighborhood butcher. Get to know him and his clientele, and you'll find a real date in no time flat. And don't start with the vegetarian bit. We got way too many vegetarians already. They ask me, they're the ones responsible for the propagation of blind dates. Your basic blind date is either a vegetarian or he or she is sympathetic to the cause. So stop thinking about blind dates and have a cheeseburger deluxe. I can recommend a few excellent places for one, and I suggest that you have it cooked medium rare. And sit at the counter instead of at a table or in a booth. This way, a potential date will sit only a stool or a two away from you, and they'll take a look at your cheeseburger deluxe and say, that looks good. Waiter, let me have the same as this over here. Then you could break the ice with this date prospect and talk about your butcher and his ground beef, which he always has plenty of supply of at your place. And this is called developing your social skills, which is impossible on a blind date. Have you got all that? So be it. This case is closed. I'm Bob Barrow for Expert Opinion.
Bob Barrow. I just want to remind everybody, this is Fahrenheit 451, the alternative New Year's Day performance, spoken word, whatever, extravaganza. We're being broadcast live on 88.7 till 5 o'clock tonight. So all of you who are on the mic are being heard, at least in this area of the city. And Larry Jones asked me to remind you, everybody is welcome to contribute a triplet, 3 lines on the theme of Fahrenheit 451 on censorship. You can write it out, please put your name on it. You can also use the computer that's in the back.
I would finally feel fated to have her body in mine. That would be the end. I would bear the weight of my mother in my intestines and bowels. I would process her and shit her out, flush her away, a better person who had served her daughter well. Okay, this is all I've said before. Oh, I should also just say that I like the movie a lot better than the book of Fahrenheit 451. That feels wrong somehow. Meteor shower doesn't exist in New York City. We've got enough pavement down, shooting stars to keep our attention and to drown out nature's beauty. It's granite's gravity that enraptures us against our will. To look in the skies, to look away, to open ourselves to the past. To say that's lovely is to say this is not. We're afraid of what happens on this island on this earth. If Manhattan is not the center of the world and the only happening place, its life, its energy, its magnetic destruction, then what are we doing here? Spending the hours of our daily lives underground waiting for the X-train. Every August 11th, if we look up, if we see through the red sky, if we discover more than a Big Dipper over the Brooklyn skyline, we could capture hundreds of wishes. We could be released from the sticking to the tarred streets and the mayoral election. We could forget that if from afar it looks like a parking space, there's surely a fire hydrant close. Okay, this is called My Life Adds Up. I'm afraid of the daytime in my house alone, nothing to do. Dust and old newspapers threaten my annihilation, while I put patches on jeans, watch style movies from the video shop downstairs. My life adds up to the family time before I go to work. What's real, besides an overdue pan of cat litter, dishes piled in the sink, and on the drain board. My lover is at work, and I'm in my apartment. It felt so good to wake up alone, the day stretched in front of me. But now that he's here, I feel like a pile of dirty laundry waiting in my bedroom, needing to be submerged, spun, twisted, flung out, then warm, so airy, flying through the enclosed world of the industrial dryer, barely touching the sides by the time it's through and ready to be removed, folded and put away in its proper place.
Empire while talking in chorus with Edwin Mays. The impossible is easy, but one pass is impossible cubed. is trying to get my toothpaste back in the toothpaste tube. They got fluoride and calcite and baking soda brands. They've got varieties designed to scrub aphids off my houseplant. The stuff comes in every color to match every conceivable mood, but they do not make a toothpaste you can get back in the tube. When it's morning in America, my brain is half dead. I gotta brush my teeth before I can earn my daily bread. I'm just lucky I know which end up is up on my toothbrush. Oh, what a stoop. If I so much as tap a tube, 20 gallons gush out in one fell swoop. They got fluoride and pyrite and opaque creams and gels. There's one brand Thomas Jefferson used to bust the Liberty Bell. But they all spill like an oil slick, and I feel like a boob standing there in my underwear shoving toothpaste back in a tube. I can balance the federal budget, turn sausages back into pigs, coax 40 miles a gallon out of tractor trailer rigs. I can even teach music theory to clowns like Two Live Crew, but the one thing I can't manage is shoving toothpaste back in a tube. Sure, they got fluoride and cyanide and stuff that builds up gums. There's a brand they claim will make CEOs out of drug-out squeegee bums. But it's all a bunk, like the place is selling 10-minute oil and lubes, and I'd rather let my teeth fall out than stuff the toothpaste back in the tube. Thank you. Wait till you hear me on flossing. One little thing from my book, Vignettes in Bondage, without my cross-cultural literary mission, The Glass Blower. 60-hour weeks he gives artificial respiration to molten glass in a molten foundry without even breathing hard, but he leaves the room if someone is blowing up balloons for a kiddie party. Thank you.
Does that mean it's working? Is it working? Oh my God, it's back!
I like the new look, Ray. That's not new. It's only new to me, probably. I teach people to pass the CUNY writing test, and I've been calling up my students lately to let them know, that they passed or that they didn't. And half the messages now say, if you have received Jesus Christ as your personal Lord and Savior, please leave a message. And so I don't. But anyhow, it made me feel like shit in this poem. It's called Black Bile. And what's the gossip and what's the news? And what was that joke about the Jews? And where did the Germans get those germs? And was there salt in the diet of worms? And where are the salmon? And who are their spawn? And what do you drink when the water's gone? And where do you follow your feet for a walk? There's something to eat when there's nothing but rock. And who are the judges? And where's the jail? And who do you kill when your charity fails? And what's not lethal that's left to inject? And where in the world do the dead defect? And what do we forget? And what do we know? And where do we lose that line of blow? And when's the connection coming back? And is this a rush or a heart attack? And who do you love? And who do you hate? And which do you choke when you masturbate and fly those fantasies out of control and bury that face down a memory hole? And what did you do? And what did you get? And what is it keeps your heart or wet with the swirling seconds and yelping years? Fickly second or dead disappears. And how's your family and how's your friends? And how can you tell what intercourse ends? And how do you bite your nails today? And how do you get alive away from how are you doing and how have you done? And isn't it boring? And isn't it fun? And isn't it fabulous filling with shit and blowing it all to bits and in ice, in pieces of eyes, in pairs in air, in ape despair, in layers of liars with lore in layers, rename the passing same.
Thank you, Steve.
Go home again, to that warm place that rests now only in my mind's eye. That place where with my eyes shut and my hands at my sides I can find my way. So certain of my surroundings that I walk with a sure foot and a solid step. I often retrace the steps toward home in my mind, starting at point B and working my way backwards to arrive at A. Finding myself back in my safe, warm place where the floorboards speak 1,000 languages and I can interpret them all. Where the rusted screen door slams and slams again unless you ease it in slowly with your hand. slow and steady. Sometimes it's so easy to find myself back at that place where the backyard smells of climbing roses and furry orange tabbies get stuck in apple trees. I close my eyes and I am home again. I close my eyes and I am home again. Where fried green tomatoes mean summer and Easter means a shiny new pair of shoes. Where Bobby Blue Bland wafting up through the radiator means the neighbors are drunk again and I might just get a few sips of beer and a piece of pineapple upside down cake. Maybe even 50 cents for some red hot and sour jawbreakers from the corner store. I close my eyes and it's not hard to imagine you in your yellow nightgown frying up pork chops, home-fried potatoes with cornbread and cabbage, spicy with black pepper and salted pork just the way I like it. I hear your shower water running hot as I eat and you prepare for the night shift. Sometimes it's that easy, until I open my eyes and realize that I can't go home again. That in this world there are no neighbors with open doors and arms that welcome little girls lost. If only to send them to the store for a pack of Cools and a little something extra for herself. In this world, my four walls are not as welcoming and the smells from my kitchen not as sweet. And it stings like the first time, every time I remember that you are no longer 35 and I no longer 10 going on 11. Apple cheeks and ponytails, waiting to taste my mother's cooking. Here now, thank you very much.
I don't want to be a mother's boy all my life.
It's going to be a total sport.
What does she know? She's wrong to accuse you of being addicted to sex, my therapist said. First, you haven't had enough sex to become addicted to it. And second, she hasn't slept with you, so she doesn't know. Right now, it's only her opinion. It's true that you talk about it a lot, but that's mainly because you're not doing it. I predict that as soon as you sleep with someone again, you'll shut up about it. It's called achieving closure. You're both trying to achieve closure in this relationship. My therapist said, you want to marry her, she wants to break up with you. And I think she's going to prevail. Because it's a lot easier for her to break up with you than it is for you to marry her. You'll have to buy her a ring, go for a blood test, and get both families involved. All she has to do is not see you again. And it seems like she has already started doing that. It's called a new toy. She handed me a condom, but by the time I opened it, I wasn't able to use it. Then a little later, I saw her cat playing with it. I was glad someone got some use out of it.
Thank you, Hal.
I know.
Gargoyle waited
the lone tappings of a bass drum, ignorant to the passings of time, the coming of yet another, an endless stream of cobalt-inflected light scurrying through these windows, elongated shapes that flicker, and yet I have of late, but wherefore I know not, lost all my mirth. Apples. The loneliness of the loneliness of ashes, fires sprinkling color, their warm form fire's burning eyes reflect. He tastes apples covered in metal boxes, red opaque morsels tempting soft hands, tears cried for lost apples eaten under shaded trees, yards of trees where ashes were laid to rest. Sunday morning silent bells, the crow pecks fallen apples, soft worm-filled, clawing withered snow petals, black-feathered temptress. He remembers when apples were most ripe, picked from trees by tender fingers, silent offerings, filling wicker baskets now covered with leaves. Happy New Year.
They intently grasp something. Is it a baby they tend? As I pass, I see that he holds her wrist with one hand, and with the other probes for a splinter, with such concentrated carefulness. Childless or not, between them something has already been born. And last, this comes out of an actual dream. Leopard God. A street murdered Jew's throbbing memorial. I turn synagogue hallway, past ashen rabbi, to face black mosaic leopard veined with lightning. A paw brandished among curling vines, gold claws glint vengeance. Wait, black marble eyes, yellow starred with pain, kindled, blood sifts out. Leopard God riddling the night.
Only just beyond my reach, into a realm where quite unquestioning, I yearn today, unsatisfied. I succumb each firm and friendly grasp of knowing things. They are considered disengaging, just as taste buds now absorb real whipped cream, flavor, that eclipses tiramisu with its blanketing intensity. Transported to moments when I let your hand slip lower, deeper than I thought I would when thinking was a possibility. And let you stay there playing until I came to gentle climax just the color of an orange rose upon this table standing next to baby's breath. I inhale its evanescent scent. Thank you.
Thank you, safety is at issue. Yet, sometimes, what you don't want is safety. Sometimes you just need to take your chances. Go out on a limb, leap of faith. Go where no one has gone before. Yet, not to be confused with a pin tossed in a game of hopscotch. This quiet pin rests on the table before me, silver steel with its coiled spring hinge needle-tip shaft, tense and temporarily sheathed in its machine-holstered head. A tiny but artful device with about as many uses as its name has meaning. Laying on the brown wood bar table, the shiny perfection perched with all its possibilities on the muddy patinaed surface, scratched and bruised with years of use by passing plates and forks and knives, carved into, with some relative to sharpness, to shape a rough heart around the name Joey. Some lover's whisper, carved to keep safe.
First, and it serves wonderful exotic whole foods of the world. I've taken a vacation from doing a reading there, but I'm going to be starting up again in February, and let you know about that. This piece I'm going to do is called Sister. Sister, Nubia Nile child, nature did not knit your hair with some processed curl kit.
Though by every mouth you are taught that any beauty of yours must have been purchased, must have been bought, remember, by her hand you were found, dark and unnatural, beauty crowned. She throws starshine out into the midnight of the air, whispering sweet sound, whispering darkness. She did not listen to them there, those who said there's too much curl in that hair, too much thick in that lip, too much melanin in that skin. She did not listen. She parted her thick lips, laughing, singing loud above their cacophony of voices, their cacophony of narrow choices. She seen stars shine out into the midnight of the air, laughing, body, whole body laughing, tip of tongue, breath, belly, thigh, laughing. She weaves stars shine out of the sky, laughing, smoothing it close, tight to your skin, laughing, making a velvet naked nightgown, laughing, your nappy hair, your glory crown, laughing, singing stars shine out into the midnight of the sky, singing stars shine out into the midnight of the air, singing stars shine out into the velvet darkness. And this one is in honor to Poet. Robert Dunn is the mastermind of Poet. And since he did one piece on personal hygiene, we'll venture off onto personal hygiene. This one's called Dental Floss. I seem to have lost my dental floss. It was a most necessary too. Double thickness, pepperminted, wrapped tightly around a spool. It was refreshing. I used to wrap it tight between my, slide it tight between my teeth and gum. It was refreshing. And then some. Well, without it, I simply did not know what to do, so I paid my dentist a most necessary call. I met his hygienist, who was charming and tall, and that strange and twisted little pair. They strapped me quickly to a chair, and they gave me ether air. I'm laughing now. I thought I was in a dream, and they were through with me before I could scream. Oh, they gave me a new box of floss to fully compensate me for my loss, and I feel like a brand new woman. I want to visit them again as soon as I can. Oops, I seem to have lost my dental floss.
Thank you, Ella Smith.
Returning, my path crossed by plastic bag-cowled street monk, his gray canvas hamper mule in tow. A casual yank, it comes to obedient heel curbside as he searches for redemptions among scattered outcasts, his mind enmeshed in the rosary of survival. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Yes, I was in love with everything. Spit out your gum, I tell myself, and he replies. A cud-chewing cow marched through the Cathedral of St. John the Divine last Sunday, walked up to the pulpit, then out the door onto Amsterdam Avenue. Keep still, I say, and myself answers. An 84-year-old Brooklyn woman says she and a tree in her front yard grew up together. Every autumn morning she eyeballs her leaf-littered driveway, cursing at heaven that rests on the treetop. Smile, I say. I need to see the gap between your teeth. Myself returns. The last war will be one paparazzo photographing the ruins and no one to develop the pictures. I can't afford to see Broadway shows. How do I scumble that? I just quit going to AA meetings. What colors suggest that? I am miles and years from home. How do I paint that? Egon Schiele, meet me at the Café Nihilism. We'll visit a Sephardi beside the Danube. I know a pretty little trollop there. Every time she greets me, the look in her eyes turns my stomach. makes me fling my money at her and flee to the Ringstrasse, where the stucco work on the walls of the museum, of the theater, and of the votive church is comfortably faux. But that same look in her eyes keeps drawing me back, the way your self-portrait with tooth beckons even as it frightens. In Freud's and Wittgenstein's Vienna, you brushed this sunburnt grotesquerie of yourself, brows arched, forehead furrowed, unbuttoned shirt revealing skin taut over the breastplate, a single front tooth hanging on while the mouth forms a capital O. At what sight or memory or phantasm are your large dark eyes gazing? At your sister posing nude for you when you were teenagers? At your father tossing his stocks and bonds into the fireplace? At your professor who said of you, "The devil shot you into my classroom"? I want to join you because you shuddered at all of these, yet you love them enough to transmute them into art. Thank you.
Of young drunks outside the tingling lounge for the dog with the chopped off tail. The familiar crinkle of plastic after group sex on the pool table, and the ensuing construction of ornamental snowmen. For the grand cans and badass mud flaps, the botched lobotomies, the local Jewish home run king so at home among the Euro trash, the warring gangs sending messages to each other via setting your brother's house on fire, and Kenny, the cab driver, who always asks, "So what are the blacks like in your neck of the woods?" For the cock ring displayed by various family members behind Lulu's little blue trailer where Ma buys her lotto, cigarettes, and scandal sheets. Fat Jimmy's long-running late-night TV commercial for comfy concrete webbing. The weekly dragging of the Sherman Park Lagoon for a dead secretary, and the official World War II civil defense flares with which you declaim your indifference after giving out sausage samples all day long in the meat aisle of the neighborhood certified on your 50th birthday. For the goddamn screaming children, Happy New Year. Glass to find her apartment. All the furniture is powder blue, ordered when she had a past. She shed names like coats, different with each season. Each one suited to a set of days. She listens. The walls are white so she can hear everything. There's nothing to buy in any currency she knows. An address she does not remember from 20 years ago, she leans against the wall thinking, none of this will last long. The only real choices lash out into the future, if there is such a thing. Some days she has faith, since she cannot see it from here, believing grandmother and granddaughter to be within striking distance, faces peering through green windows, inviting her in. The next piece is called The Man I Knew Too Well. Shadows on your face tell me you have other lives. Lottery tickets bought in haste, hidden in drawers, never checked. Do you want to be 20 again? Head covered in coarse hair like a werewolf. You were fiercer then and proud of it. I really was dangerous, you say, and smile. The intervening years, complete with plumbers and psychiatrists, have smoothed you, worn you down into someone else. When I say you were rich, you shake your head, not wanting to translate the coarseness of your insides into ornate tin ceilings and draperies. The wood paneling is more genteel than you like. It's disinformation, you say, shaking your head vigorously. Though it's Anglo-Saxon words you're looking for, the ones you can't make yourself pronounce anymore. You pour a drink, a single malt scotch, and dream of incinerating all your books. Marble sculptures, your late-in-life treasures. Happy New Year.
No benefits, no paid vacation, no sick days. I always have to think every time I take a sick day, is this virus worth $70 a day? I don't know. Generally not.
one of the jobs I had, which was ongoing, was I worked at the agency that was sending me out on different jobs. And the most fun was tax time. Believe it or not, I was an accountant. Like this, I was an accountant. The fun part was we were dealing with names and addresses and all these W-2s from states all over, and I found some names really interesting. Like there was a girl named Twanka. There was a girl named, there were a couple of girls named Tequila. I don't know, why would you name your kid after the agent of conception? I don't get it. Anyway, a girl named Senora, a guy named Philander. My personal favorite was the young lady had the name of Corset. Anyway, the most entertaining day got to be the 14th and 15th of April, because we actually had faxes from people that there were some girlfriends that were filing taxes for their boyfriends in jail. Believe it or not, I thought it was really nice that these people were responsible enough to want to file taxes, even though they happened to be, getting free room and board, courtesy of the government. Another temp job I had over the summer, I was working in Barcelona, and I got a chance to talk to one of the guys at the hotel where I was staying at, and I think the funniest thing that he said to me that any American ever said was, we were right around the corner from this cathedral that was built in the 11th century, and this one American tourist came in and said, you know that church that's around the corner? Do you think it's possible I can meet the architect? Hey, these are your paisanos, I mean, don't laugh too loud, because these are who you're all with. Right now I'm working on Wall Street. Wall Street is a very strange place. So anybody work on Wall Street? Am I going to insult anybody? All righty, I can insult one person in the room. Good. There's this really weird attitude that people have. They have a lot of money, and for some reason they feel like they need to sort of defer the fact that they're making a lot of money by, I don't know, they sort of have this weird sort of homeboy hip-hop thing, like we're looking for the Tiffany's catalog. Yes, they leave Tiffany's catalogs lying around during the holidays. And this one girl was looking through, and she said, yo man, I have those Tiffany glasses and they are so fat. And I was thinking, somehow I think most of the people on the mailing list for this Tiffany's catalog are not describing those wine glasses as fat. But anyway, I think one of the funnier people I met, this one girl, her name is, we'll just call her Jackie. And she wanted to go shopping. These people, shopping is a religion for them. They talk about clothes and sex all day long, believe me. And she wanted to go shopping, but she was going to Staten Island, and she said, now Staten Island, what part of Long Island is that? She said, that's 516, right? No, that's 718. You take a ferry to get there. Oh, you mean it's not part of Long Island? No. She lives in New York, by the way. No lie. Brooklyn. The other really funny thing was there was a stockbroker who was opening a restaurant, and she saw the invitation first, and she came in. Oh, am I getting the high sign? Shit. Let me this is fast.
Hi, sir.
Cute, right? I gotta quit. Anyway, she said something about, never mind, you're gonna have to wait.
7 eyes that look back in time to the place of first things, where horses and buffalo racing to determine who was fastest left a trail of dust that became the Milky Way. 7 kisses that wait for her in heaven, where all events are marked before they are recorded by Chief Take Blanket Away, who speaks through her daddy, Yawa Shigeh. The Man in the Moon. Thank you. The story goes that Running Antelope became the man in the moon trying to rescue his wife, Little Hill, abducted by a wicked chief whose power proved so great that the water spirit had to help the brave escape into the night sky. I asked myself if Running Antelope still searches for his wife, wonders if she misses him. Does she recognize his face gazing down and take comfort? Looking at my daughter and my wife asleep, I know the answer. Recognize my own face as the one reflected in water. There's a poem called Sacred World. The flowers of the spring moons vanish more quickly than those of the summer. Both die into the rainbow, Tulula, where their colors come alive again after the rain. I learn as I go how to read the book of the world. How many flowers does it take, Tulula?
Bossy, booty calls, holiday flings, pre-marriage jitters, 1-800-US sex care. But you can't just call a girl up 6 months later and expect her to have sex with you. There's a monthly premium, and US sex care does not cover pre-existing conditions. A pre-existing condition is defined as anyone giving you any grief since puberty up to and including now. We're here to protect your future, but we can't condone your past. In order to obtain coverage for any grief she's giving you now, you're going to have to still be with her for 90 days from your initial coverage date, which is when the first check clears. Application will not be processed until the check clears. Name, age, social security number. Please check 1, married, separated, single, divorced. Medical history, sexual history. Are you currently involved in a meaningful relationship? If so, for how long? And for how much longer? How often do you fight? Whose fault is it usually? If not, why not? When's the last time you were in a meaningful relationship? How often did you fight? Who's done too? How many times in your life have you been caught in the act of cheating on your girlfriend? Did you try to lie your way out of it? In the space provided below, please summarize your favorite lies. Did she fall for it? If not, then what did you see in her? What's the best pickup line you ever came up with? Did it work, or were you just trying to be funny? Did you have to buy dinner first? Do microwavable foods constitute a dinner date? If you are currently involved in a meaningful relationship, when's the last time you took your girlfriend out on a date? If you are not currently involved, define meaningful. Do you remember birthdays and anniversaries? Ever spontaneously purchase flowers? How long until you give up? How long can you maintain an erection? Do you enjoy giving oral sex or only receiving? What about giving gifts just for the hell of it? How many times in your life have you purchased flowers? Did you ever buy a woman flowers because you had no excuses? Ever done something so awful you had to buy diamonds? Have you ever even thought about marriage? What are you so afraid of? How many times in your life have you felt married? Height, weight, hair color, eye color, shoulders, chest, penis. Please attach a recent photo. Application will not be processed if you don't look good. Currently, our network consists of one lovely service provider. Her name is Bossy. That's me. If you don't like it, too bad. A co-payment of $50 is required up front. Out-of-network coverage is available to married men only. Referrals will be made for men in serious enough relationships for me to feel guilty about. You do not need a referral to date my friend, only if you want me to pay for it. Referrals are covered at 50% up to $50. Out-of-network coverage, that's prostitutes, are covered at 50% up to $10 for a blowjob and $25 for intercourse. Please do not forget to attach an itemized receipt. You are responsible for the timely and accurate submission of all claim forms. We're not going to do it for you. Please check 1. Minor argument, major blowout, first breakup, second breakup, threatened breakup, final breakup, other breakup, need an ego boost. She wants some form of commitment. She's out of town, her mother's in town, need to experiment, need a break, got an itch, need to be reminded you're a man, can't get laid. Why not? Who started it? Whose fault is it? You don't have to talk about it, but you will have to submit valid proof of all claims, including passport photos, affidavit of length and terms of relationship, and notarized permission from your girlfriend. Thank you for calling U.S. Sex Care. Bossy speaking. If you can't respect me, pay me. Yes, of course there's work involved. Thank you for calling U.S. Sex Care. Bossy speaking. If you can't respect me, pay me. That's right, every month. Thank you for calling U.S. Sex Care. We're closed for the holidays. Please hold. Thank you. Bossy.
I have read contentious night. My son none I agree persuasion. My hoarse voice has echoed out colored warehouses. My joking footsteps have sounded on hard
I invented the calculus of emotional resistance, provide my passion for truth by cool couplets. Reproach me.
tonight. Please, tonight. Please, tonight.
Your voice on my phone is resistant. Your hand on my mouth is imagined. Your beard on my face is familiar. Your death inside me is recreation. Your strength of heart is uncertain. Your hatred of me is occasional. Your life alone is radical. My time without you is dejection. Your motion through space has stopped.
Only when a man enters a woman is there man, is there woman.
Rain and fear and moonless night, we have exhausted all lesser truths. I want your equal soul clasped to mine as retribution for anything I have wronged. Let me cup your fist in my hand so I can toil the possibility of self-destruction and
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. Better speed that one up, isn't it? Next is, actually, if we can do some people from the open reading, people who come very sneakily snuck in and signed their names on a list. A couple people here. Is Lawrence Miles here? Lawrence, please, take the stage.
The looks. I had my choice of showcases. One was the future in which my never-ending search to find myself continues. Only this time, I actually have a goal and a desire to reach it. The other showcase was you for all time, the commitment, the lifetime guarantee. Bob mentioned that if I came within $100 of the right price without going over, there goes Diane this time in a one-piece standing next to the boat, I would win both showcases. But I failed. One day you told me you couldn't wait for me to make the bid, so you took your winnings and split while I squandered mine. When I caught up to you after so long, you were happy, you were content, and I could see the glow of your soul envelop the room. It felt so right. It made me feel happy. I was content. I saw the world getting it down right, getting the pastels down, creating a symphony of goodness and light, and announcing to the world that right would triumph over wrong. And then I am home. I am doing what I have done many a night. I am up in the wee hours, staring at a blank television screen. In the snow and the noise, I see myself watching the ladies swoon over Bob, being called up on stage, playing Plinko, being called a jackass by Bob in his own smooth manner. And after he told me I am the winner and telling the crowd to help keep the pet population down, have your pets spayed or neutered, as if the dogs will take over the world along with his job, I am walking across the stage, Diane in her bathing suit, performing the role of the siren, calling me to my death. I stand there with Bob and wave to the crowd, big stupid grins on all our faces, and I am transfixed for the remote is broken and I cannot turn you off. All right, just one quick one over the out here. I'm inspired by Mr. Ginsberg over here. This one's about him and about Jackie Robinson. 50 years.
Jackie Robinson saw the best minds of his generation destroyed by madness, staring hysterical naked, dragging themselves to the Negro streets at dawn looking for an angry fix. Even as he saw grown men in uniforms that read Philadelphia, Cincinnati, and St. Louis belittle and berate his race, his heritage, his pride, his entire reason for existence. Who wanted to see the grand experiment fail and destroy itself at first base at Ebbets Field? Even as he went through the nightmare of having to restrain himself against the evil of the government, and the army, and the opposition in the newspapers, and the diamond, and the stands, and the hotel clerks and restaurant owners, who had every utterance and every movement and every relationship with every player and every umpire, scrutinized, looking for a sign of red, a sign of angry black, or lily white. Like Allen, Jackie wanted for America to be angelic and end the human war. Like Allen, Jackie was sick of your insane demands on days when all he wanted to do was play. But the war never ended. As Allen was down to $2.27 on February 17, 1956, Jackie could not stand and sing the national anthem, knowing that on February 17, 1956, on April 15, 1947, at his birth in 1919, he never had it made. All we are left with is Allen and his anti-America of words, and Jackie and his anti-America of pride. It will do. Thanks, Happy New Year.
Still, we think how fast it moves. Time stands still when one breath breathes its last. Time stands still forever. Stunned by time, we pay attention one day in the year, a birthday. Neck, smelling fragrances of death on the wind. I turn corners knowing you hide in darkness, whispering, don't scream, I'll hold you. Chills fill the air, freezing emotions, tear-like icicles drip on my face. Memories of your laughter linger in my mind and your blue eyes in front of mine. Sweet thoughts of you dance around in my head and days turn into weeks. A new year at our doorstep and death tiptoes with me down cold, windy streets. This last piece is called You Remind Me. You remind me of a lost soul, one with gentleness who yearns for peace. You remind me of someone who dances on dreams and loves those dare to be true. You remind me of the painter who knew true colors. You remind me of the days when I laughed and danced till dawn with those I loved who died. You remind me of enchantment I once knew and have lost. You remind me of me. Thank you.
All those feelings, words, thoughts, experiences, to say such simple words, to feel such simple things. Your mountains, like my own, like home, rows of dust of light brown soil, as if a gentle wind could level them, could blow them away. The sea touching my nostrils, filling them, a country of smell, of sound, of wine, flowers, of salt air, of early morning, opening and opening through my mind, my heart, the extremities of my hands, my feet. If I were a bird and could float, dipping and weaving tapestries of air and light, if we could fly together like silver crows, birds of dream, until everything stops, is silent and gentle, like your songs, your voice, but the world allows us nothing. The world is nerves, is fire, fiber, dust, and sand. The world changes constantly. Nothing remains the same. I see you singing into the air as if your voice could fly, be free. Were there creatures above you listening, fishing your gifts from the breeze? Was there a place that could hold you as you opened yourself to it, as you went where no one else could follow, where no one else could see? Each time I have loved, I have left part of myself behind. Until now I am mostly memory, mostly dream. What I have left I give to you, my last love, my last song, the total of all I have ever felt or known. We grow smaller as we grow, as things empty themselves of us and we of them. It is so deep, this thing between us, no name can contain it. Even time trembles at its touch.
Defending themselves against Mr. Reed, it seems Mr. Reed cheated Mr. Boyle, and Wart came with character testimony. Once upon a time, these three were friends. Reed worked for Boyle to pay Wart his rent. When Reed worked for Boyle, he paid Wart on time, but when Reed got sick, he begged for time. Wart, he knew Reed 10 years and a half, considered him his rival, and this was his chance to kick the bum out, saying, nice guys finish last, and you've got AIDS anyway, so go die in the trash. Now, Boyle and Wart were intelligent men. They didn't hire union boys, they only hired friends. Since they only hired friends who didn't know they were scabs, they just paid them in cash. They didn't make demands. They didn't pay unemployment or Social Security. They persuaded themselves it's completely tax-free. We're doing them a favor just by hiring them. They made everybody contractors, independents. They did jobs for profits, not society. They did everybody favors, nearer my God to thee. As long as their workers didn't get hurt in the job, they were cutting their overhead. They were home free. Now, Boyle knew this plumber who did work for the mob. Ward asked his advice when Reed got sick in the job. If he don't have no insurance, you don't want him hanging around. Shoot him, fire him, get him out of town. Just pay him off. Give him money, grease his pride. So Boyle listened hard and took his advice. Since this was the way that the big boys got things done, he seriously considered maybe buying a gun. At first, Reed acted like it was nobody's fault. He was so grand and glorious, he'd sell all his art. He didn't need New York. He would just run from the East Coast. He was big enough to roll over and admit complete defeat. So Reed took off to the West Coast that very afternoon, to the land of earthquakes, welfare, and movies. He lived with a shrink and met a public defender. Then Boyle gave him a gift of cash, but no letter. Reed hit the skids of California, so where was that God that Boyle was so near to, and what was that wad of cash he'd send anonymously? Broken, Reed returned to fight this travesty. Because Reed didn't have AIDS, he had white lung cough caused by asbestos he breathed in on the job. Asbestos that caused so much misery to the workers it killed in industry. Just like the film on the waterfront, Reed blew the whistle. He wasn't deaf or dumb. What would have happened if Reed had decided to stay there in Frisco alone and uninvited? What would have happened if Mr. Reed died? Would Ward have been sorry? Would Boyle have cried? Eventually, somebody decided the truth. Since Boyle was delinquent, Reed really got screwed. All of this happened due to Boyle's faith that Reed chose California, the workers' comp state, where applying for welfare and telling the truth gets guys like Wart in trouble. So Boyle got real ruined. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. The fact that the middle is not necessarily where the truth lies or where you'll be most comfortable. You cannot be led astray by old, comfortable metaphors like the sense of being comforted and sandwiched. You need to remember that today, the two pieces of bread will tend to have more in common in their intrinsic construction and affinity than you will have with them as the meat. You need to understand that being the meat carries certain risks. Life on the hoof, free range, is not what it seems. The laws of optics may present a limitless horizon, but one which an aerial perspective would belie. Always double-check your instrumentation lest your altitude affect your sight, lest your inner ear trust the wrong timpani, lest the words you learned when young betray you and take their bite. And this was written on a theme that Bruce and Larry picked. It's called Trimming the Fat. The butcher says he's
just trimming the fat. He's just going for the lean. He sharpens his knife. He cuts off gristle and bone. Some pieces of meat will never make the grade. He marks them as dog food, the equivalent of horse meat, something for the glue pot that simmers outside the bounds of history. We get so hungry, meanwhile our cells crying for a piece of fat, a little energy to burn. Secret societies form where people huddle, whisper the slick stuff running down their jowls. Meanwhile, the butchers stay busy, slaying words from the page, bites from the bought. They're making the meat respectable and safe. They cut into the clean flesh of what's been wrought. Given a choice, I would sear my steak on a high flame, watch the molecules dance released to inform and infect other air. Then I'd watch those butchers try to breathe. Thank you.
Thank you, time for that.
The Earth, you have to pass tests like sex tests, okay? So this is So this woman named Ruby is a devil, and she's testing him. Ruby led him to a chamber with curtains velvet blue and a melancholy fireplace from which sparks flew. Embers were everywhere, like from a locomotive. Candles shaped like members. Anything votive. Jay said, I heard of coals to Newcastle, but I mean, this is worse. I mean, it's like hanging skulls from a black car to tell you it's a hearse. Why keep this place heated like you're frying an ox? I mean, we're at the center of the universe's hottest box. Hell, Ruby said, I feel sweaty. I like to feel sweaty. It makes me feel keen to skid across a lover's skin, like across a magazine. But lay down quick, 'cause I'm sure you'll agree. Action here is going to be hotter than an Earth's frigidity. To tell you the truth, his love to debate it, though making love to her would be fully X-rated. But he was afraid that while tonguing her muff, he'd swallow a breadcrumb or some other stuff. As far as he knew, food in hell was banned. So while she lay on her back, he sat on his hand. She said, drop down your candle. Let's see your craft. He said, the tide is going out, baby. I don't have my raft. She cried, don't worry about that. We changed the rules. Food's not banned here, though there's something you must do. If you screw me well till I softly repine, then you've won hell's favor. You can go to Earth any time. But if you shoot your wad before I'm fully fed, you drop down below to the next layer of dead. Well, if those are the laws, Jay said, and those are the fees. I'm ready to start whenever you please. And she said, well, I spread my legs. Now you get aloft. Let's see how you do on a bed that's fire-tossed. And just as she spoke, she flipped a big red switch. The bed filled with flames that were bluish and twitched. Jay was making a plan, but he had to think fast. He could work on the details while he lay on her ass. There's something theatric, something real fine, when his muscular arms and her wings intertwine. For when a woman has feathers, things change a bit. She might fan your face as you suck on her tit. And when you start grinding, there's a special delight. Because as she nears orgasm, she lifts you in flight. Now fire was around them, but they rose above, till his bare buttocks against the skylight did shove. With explosive force, he lifted his ass. He broke through the window and shattered the glass. It's like when an anarchist bomb hits a chandelier. A hurricane of echoes went round his ears. Next thing he noticed, through the high air they sailed, pulled up by her wings and guided by her tail. He worked from the bottom, which put him in peril. If he dropped away, that would be his farewell. He tried to turn over with every push and plunge, but she blocked every move, and she stopped every lunge. He couldn't make love forever, or even much longer, and as he felt her hip action, he guessed she was stronger. He thought to himself, I play a deadly game up here in the skies, fucking a deadbolt angel with brown Chinese eyes.
It's 7:30 a.m. Only several shiny black cardboard top hats, banded with pink crepe paper, sporting Happy New Year in black letters, are discarded on the gray deserted street, along with 3 noisemakers. It reminds me that it's more than just Thursday. Whoopee. It's a new year. man from the 17th floor who's still shouting in 98 for Odie to get off the grass on the plaza across the street, and the wide vacant stare of the World Trade Towers mocks the frigid air, wrapping around a few parked cars and one lonesome tree. The trees have their own agenda and hold on to stories year after year, even while a pile of scabby dishes along with a leftover glog staining the white pots sit frozen in dirty light, waiting for me to scrub them. And Odie and Twill expect breakfast. Nothing is different. Local radio broadcasts another shooting after midnight, another birth, another annoyance from the woman in 10B. This time her smoke alarm beeping nonstop brings right through our walls, and the circle closes like a rat finding its tail. But I'm the same old girl looking for something I don't have, some surprise or something to change my life under the bed or in a basket of shrunken sweaters. Get real or get out, I screech into that thrift store mirror with the distorted glass. It's about time you made those kids from PS32 proud of you once again, the way you did in 5th grade, winning a star for your improved penmanship. Get it. The choices are slimmer now, while wind blasts another curl of air through the bedroom, and suddenly I look from my sleeping husband to the rain-spotted windows. Nothing has changed. The blood of slaughtered mink and fox and cat dripped across sidewalks on Madison Avenue yesterday, the last day of 97. And today, in 98, the sun glistening on the bedroom windows shows their hideous stains, and nothing's changed. No surprises. The windows are still dirty. Maybe this year, finally, I'll get real. Thanks and Happy New Year.
Psyche to a funeral. In a horse-drawn carriage, the casket closed, reviewing, cradled in the hook, rocked by the gate, lays a measured space between the reddened leaf and purple crocus. Words, strewn in white petals, lay broken in the road. Okay, this is called Mona Lisa, Buddha, and me. I'm silent here in myself, finally quieting the chattering. Yet up bubbles the noise, like a severed artery, festering, bleeding through the binding, and caring of the solitude. I know why Buddha is smiling. He's laughing at how he's never finished. There's always more. As my noise hungers for silence, my silence noise, together I feel disconnected. Alone, I feel disconnection. My appetite, like a pendulum, swings unslaked, clocking blindly, quenching. I can walk. Now I must fly. I own the land. I want the ocean. Feel as if a part of my life is over. Indeed, all of it. I have glimpses of another. Is it a dream, a remembrance? Is it the incarnation of a book I've read somewhere? Or is it me, my vision? I shift between action and thought, doing very little, by my definition. I know why Buddha is smiling. I smile and shake my head ruefully. Buddha does not shake his head. No wasted movement, no imposed doing, just the smile spontaneous, appearing from beside his mortality. The smile eternal that links our holy trinity. Mona, Buddha, and me. All
Thank you. Helen Sincere and Molly
Terms that favor women. Guilt is the unrelenting imprint that swings from heart to heart, from men to women, parents to their kids, government to the poor. Guilt is a death that never gets canceled, only rolls over to hate and anger. It's a fare paid by all for the right to walk erect. Guilt helps to build pyramids, the Chinese wall, Mecca, the concentration camps. Guilt is the fat finger of God poking at my eyes. Bites. You ask me if I fit in my swimming suit. I even don't fit in my skin. We went to cut wood for our home. She dropped the axe on my heart. Death is the encounter of the hollow with the phonic. Today I have a date with death. She was late. Rights, health, death, the most important things have to be negotiated with the strangers. We lose many hours worrying about the time lost. At the subway, attention passengers, due to smoke, eternity will be delayed. Eternity is waiting for me. I take the bus.
My Alba. From Brooklyn, from Printmaker. Next is Bonnie Finberg.
Behind us, I hear the voice. "You fuck," he says, leering down at me, grinning like a stone demon. Oh, you know what? I started in the wrong place. Okay. We come to an arched courtyard and enter. There is a Kali temple covered with glittering mosaics. Sitting on the temple platform are a group of young men in their early 20s. Vagrants come here to be wicked, to gamble and smoke ganja. They are modern, Western, dark, and slick as a horse's flank, wearing black-rimmed sunglasses. The black lens is impenetrable, making eye contact impossible. They are playing a game of quick moves with sticks on a makeshift cardboard field, joking, smoking cigarettes. This is their clubhouse. One by one they slowly rise, exchanging mischievous words in Nepali with Raju. They seem to be talking about something prearranged. He seems to have brought me here so they can see me. Then all of them, except Raju, laugh, glancing over at me with obscene smiles. The blackest-haired one, a sort of Alain Delon of the Kathmandu Valley, wears a white shirt and black jeans. He stands on the temple platform leering down at me. You understand the Pali? Every word. Raju starts to move toward the arched passage leading back to the street. Behind us, I hear the boy. You fuck, he says, leering down at me, grinning like a stone demon. I turn and face him, looking at the herringbone brick pavement rather than at his impenetrable sunglasses. Even Kali may not be able to protect me from this vampire. That's not very nice, I say, forcing a maternal smile. As we walk down the sloping street that leads out of Bhaktapur, Raju asks, would you like to walk in the jungle? We can talk. We walk up a hill, past phosphorescent rice paddies. Raju asks the boy where the path is into the jungle so we don't have to go through the sodden fields. He gets directions and we follow a serpentine path, a little wider than a human foot, into a thicket. We sit on a promontory shaded by trees looking out at the fields. My house is up in those hills. He points across the green sea to another green place. I went to live with a sadhu for 5 days. He taught me a lot. I went and sat, away from where he was. The village girls, they have husbands, children, house, everything. They go to sadhu. And if they want something, they touch his Shiva lingam. You know what is Shiva lingam? Yes. They show him their bodies, like this, a disrobing gesture. They stand away, not too close. They stand naked, and he does like this, you know. I nod, recognizing the familiar motion of male masturbation. And he never touched them. And when a little bit come, you know, they take and put here, just a little bit on here, and then they pray. Then go home, wash themselves, burn incense, and they get good luck. Whatever it is they ask for, but it can only be one thing. It's too much, it doesn't work. It won't happen. I told Olo about the sadhu. She asked me to take her to him. If you like, we can do this. I'm not sure if he means with the sadhu or with him. I begin to remember the guy with the black hat and black suit sitting behind the wheel of a black car parked at a curb in Brooklyn. I was 10 years old. There was no one on the street but the two of us. He kept saying, does Alice have this? Does Alice have this? I got closer and looked at what he was showing me. It was all the pinker sticking out of his black pants. I felt my knees buckle and my head get hot, and I ran. But we're only talking about holy men here. I'm not sure if there's a difference, but I want to believe. I had some bad experiences when I was a little girl, I tell Raju. He looks at me with a mixture of confusion and seriousness. I tell him my story. Oh, that is very bad. That would not happen here. So I don't know if I'd be ready for that now. Maybe another time. The sun was shooting low beams across the field. I looked at my watch and told him I must go. We walked back to Durbar Square and said goodbye. He told me to meet him there day after next, saying he was afraid he would never see me again. He insisted, before you leave, you must say goodbye to me and my sister. Try to get me a job. Send me jeans. I will send you saris, whatever you like. We clasped hands and said goodbye like two people who had just fought a war together. His desperate smile killed me.
Okay. Thank you, Bonnie Finberg. Sorry to cut you off. As you know, if you haven't been here,
Father took me with him to test fire his restored 7mm Mauser. We walked uphill away from the houses until we came to a snowy field. This rifle was used by cavalry in the First World War, my father said. It's so old the chamber might explode. He held the gun at his side, and I covered my ears with my hands. When he fired, I saw an orange flash and light blue powder smoke, and the air rippled around him. He worked the bolt and fired again. The report echoed along the side of the mountain. Mussolini had some good ideas, my father said. He knew the difference between humans and people. I also know the difference, but I'm not wearing a black shirt. I walked forward a few yards and found the tracks the bullets had made through snow and dirt. When I looked closely, I found the mangled slugs shaped like small mushrooms. If you kill a person in self-defense, my father said, it's not murder. At home, I went to my room and pulled the shades to shut out daylight. When my mother found me, she tried to cheer me up. Your first word, she told me, was gun. Once, when we were watching a movie, she continued, I tried to teach you a new word. I pointed at the screen and said, cowboy, cowboy. You looked and said, singing gunslinger, Gene Autry. By the time you were 2, you were speaking in multi-syllables. Then you stopped talking. I don't know if you had no thoughts or just didn't want to tell them. I knew you could hear me because you answered questions, but only with single syllables. I don't know why. My sister ran out of her room in the middle of the night. My window shade went up, she said, without anybody touching it. Go back to sleep, my mother said. I can't, my sister said. She decided to sleep in the room I shared with my brother, so I moved out into her room. During the night, I did not hear the window shade snap up unexpectedly. Instead, I imagined I was pinned to the ground by a sniper. I stayed flat, keeping my head down, but the rifle bullet hit and I couldn't move. I couldn't even crawl because I was going to die. The rest later. Thanks.
Thaddeus Bukowski. Thank you, Thaddeus. And we've got Tom Savage. Tom's here. Tom's publisher of Tamarind Magazine, and he's got a book coming out now, Brain Surgery Poems. Finally hear it. Okay, Tom Savage.
Construction gang renovating a burned-out building up the street. When you practice lying on a bed of nails, you start with a few and only add the cinder block on top of you later. I put on my Tibetan robe and go to the Halloween parade. There'll be many false ghosts and perhaps a real new one. My superintendent photographed the killing from his window and gave his shots to the New York Post. Now he only wants to know how much he'll get paid. They didn't say whether they'd use them or not, or even whether the story would get told. At the parade, a two-headed dog gets to play being the caboose on a Queen's train, but nobody dies, even though there are plenty of fake skeletons and blood everywhere. The real stuff stays on my pavement all night long. Someone surrounds it with candles. A baby plays with the blood by dipping a piece of paper in it and rolling it around. Next morning, an All Saints' Day rain washes the blood away.
Tom Savage. Next we have Carl Watson. Carl? Carl Watson. Sir, what's your name?
An angel can have many heads, it seems, mismatched or otherwise. The priest of all religions has the head of a horse. Thoth has an ibis head and Bast a cat's. The Minotaur has the head of a bull. A serpent may have the head of a fish, or it may have a human head, or it may have no head at all. Picture a neck spouting blood, semen, or seawater, or even cheap champagne. Picture this angel then as a headless celebration of death, a fountain of images. The habitat in which this host exists is grotesque, if sensuous, a serendipity of protein forms, a salty fairy story, a bitter cocktail of arcane fantasies in the downscaled world hidden beneath all surfaces, that psychosexual, bacteriological realm of the libido, that primordial hoochie-cooch show swirling in the colored oils and ectoplasmic carmine of a tear. Elaborations accrue to nothing. The eye sweats a drop of blood, and this is the violent sadness of the seer. Strangely, I've had dreams of intercourse all my life, not with Satan necessarily, but with sea mollusks, clams, conch, mussels, and oysters. All right, I willingly admit it. It's a family obligation of sorts, to fuck what you would eat and then call it an aphrodisiac.
Perhaps it is the narrative flaws of such dreams that cause me to choke on the climax, to be thus trapped by interwoven plots, that net of speech knotting in my throat in a nightmare of verbal gridlock. This is understandable, however, when one's wants are chock full of memories plucked from the pits and crannies of his mind, and then to put a face on it is simply sadness. Still, sometimes of their own accord, these dreams might take on the likeness of an old girlfriend or a pickup in a bar. They do this just to please me. The peristaltic caress of the umbilical orifices, those tubes in time connecting head to head, blood to blood, these would always bring on the most exquisite wetness, like darkest, brownest, sweet molasses, like murder, love, or drugs. You get a taste and you can't stop, as they say. You can't stop this desire to return in time. You, me, we did join forces once in our regression, inevitably, and we are going back even now, all the way back to that void of the sea and rain, back to the hospital where it all began, the injection, the eyedropper of the clear narcotic of that sacrificial infusion called forgetfulness. Angels live in such voids, they say, but then they always tell you that when you're insane, feeling somehow they have to explain the world to you, and they do. There is at least this molecular level to everything, but then often there is even less. It goes on and on like that, and makes less sense of that.
Carl Austin. Thank you, Carl. You still have 1 minute to read.
Has some Italian words, and I'll translate them very quickly for you. The first one is domestice, that's house servants. The next one is padrone, which means the boss. And the next one is l'America, which means America.
Yeah.
And this is about what politicians tell us we should believe. It's called ruling class blindness. The politician tours the elegant vistas of Tuscany, says, unlike his Sicilian nonni, Northerners are too rich to emigrate. What he does not see are the poor. They are inside. La domestique, who cook the food, clean the toilet, scrub the floor on their hands and knees. He does not see my Piemontese nonna, who nurses the padrone's child with the milk that should have been my uncle, the miscarried child, who nurses again with the milk that should have been my mother's. He does not hear my nonni, also here in L'America, being called names, same as his nonni. Didn't matter from what part of Italy. A guinea is a dago, is a dago, is a wop. And this next one is a sexual poem. She's doing the dishes. That's the deal. I cook, she washes. And I watch her. She laughs and wiggles and her ass at me. So I go behind her, press myself into her, open her 501 button flies, trace my fingers down, navel to mound. She stops washing. I say, no, keep on washing, baby. I toss the hairs, the lips, major, minor, circle the clit. When she comes, she loses her grip on the chef's knife, almost breaking my favorite blue roll. Thank you.
These three phones right next to each other, all in use, all with a string of guys behind, waiting and listening. No privacy, but they don't seem to care. He's slouching against the wall, receiver couched between his Tommy Hilfiger oversized shirt and cocked head, grinning as he talks. Yeah, he says into the phone, nodding to the guy next in line. If we can get a day pass, you got a girlfriend you can bring along for my friend?
I'm not in the mood to listen to that shit, so I go right up into his face. He looks down at me and I say, Marvin, do you know where you are? The guy behind laughs. Marvin says, hey, I'm on the phone here. You mind? Marvin, this is a shelter. You're in a rehab, remember? This ain't a freaking dating service. He lifts an eyebrow at me, innocent as a, what did I do, shrug to his boys. Been here for 3 days, knows everything, and have fights with every counselor. I shake my head at him and pass the rows of addicts to my office down the hall. One of them calls me crazy under his breath. Woman in line says to her friend, that Marvin, he just got to get all in the Kool-Aid. Her friend says, yeah, and don't even know the flavor. The women are lined up to call their kids, guys calling their girls. I don't get it. They got no jobs, no money, no homes, but they got women lining up to date them. And they got more women for their friends. What do these females want with these guys? And where are the guys lining up for the women stuck in here? They got twice as many problems, children, abusive men, as well as homelessness and drug addiction. That should make them twice as attractive. But no, the men won't go near them. Marvin's too cute for his own good. All of them are, with their beepers and cell phones and jewelry and rehab. The shit was real. No one came in with any damn thing at all. Just a bunch of crackheads with empty back pockets flapping against each other. We were hopeless, and it's a good thing. It took being hopeless to get me to listen to anyone besides myself. I slammed my office door real loud for entertainment value. Addicts like any insanity. Then I hit my hip on my desk before I sit down. Damn, files piled 2 feet high. I slap one off the mound and tear it when I jerk it open. Tamara Campbell. My boss tells me I don't write my reports the way she wants them. All this jam job is filling out forms. This Tamara, I saw her this morning. Her wondering how to tell her 3 kids she has 8.
Like washers, dryers, dishwashers?
Very kind of them to bless our throats every year. Not all the schools have this privilege, since Blaze is not a major saint. Starting at 10 in the morning, we're lined up by grade, led into the church, and up the aisle where we kneel at the cold marble altar. The priest holds the candles at each throat, mutters a Latin prayer, and tears it away as the end of the prayer trails off. I fear sometimes getting burned by the flames or the hot wax. Blaze. Blaze is yet another word for hell. I'm afraid of going there. Things I do that I think are right turn out to be wrong and bad. While I slept the other night, my father came to my room, took off my pajamas, and hurt me. The next day in school, a stain beginning in the inner corner of my right eye gradually spreads. I can see it with my left eye. Then the classroom is so quiet that when someone drops a pen, it sounds like a cannon firing. At home, over deviled dogs and milk, I tell my mother about the eye and my father hurting me. Nonsense, she says. Daddy doesn't hurt people. It was just a dream. In the mirror, the spreading stain has shrunk back to a speck. But I am old now, an old, ugly spirit inhabiting a child's body. In February, the snow piles melt into slush. They won't bless our throats next year. Our school decided to do away with that Saints' Day, leaving a hole in the calendar. I wonder if the bone Susanna swallowed was the wishbone. If it was, did she choke on the wish she got, or the smaller, bitter end? A wishbone is too wide, though. It must have been a wing. If it was a wing, she might be able to fly. Thank you.
We have a trick lectern here at FARENHEIT if you want.
One trick lectern.
I'm going to read 2 short pieces. This is for Julius Hemphill, along with other musicians and poets who passed over in this decade. There's a man singing under my skin like a gourd song with a clear voice, singing the silk of a hummingbird, deep throating the silver blade of holy grass. There's a man singing under my skin like a drum choir wind jamming my blue spot,
blowing the dust off my wings, sifting the texture of my nature rich in mahogany, between long, chanting fingers, plucking out my ruptured nerve, restringing me. There's a man singing under my skin. Band, breaststroke, moving with the Levi's eyes scatting on these hanks and these goodies, putting some rhythm on these blue spots, swinging low on the sweet chariot, making my spirits rise, jamming like a poet chewing on a sonnet. My school, there's a man, a singing man, that's dancing under my skin. There's a singing man dancing under my skin with easy feet and a metronome stride, dancing a full scale with an insatiable passion. There's a singing man dancing under my skin. This man with a boogie-woogie ear laying down a gypsy string bass line in brass, sun dancing me gold like a Mississippi ham. This man moving like a Congo waltz, doing the cucaracha and the bambule with the hoochie-coo. That is a singing man dancing under my skin, a dancing man that sang under my skin with a whole Sahara of tamarines, stringing a gospel pearl between my hanks and my harmony, between my rupture and my rapture, reconnecting my muscles, my nerves, my bones with a soprano tongue, turning my brass bones to rainbows. This man, this singing, this dancing under my skin has broken my silence. In a short piece from the new CD, Dream Eater is featured on the Spirit stage, J.D. Pan Spirit stage, featuring the poetry Shirley LaFleur. And I have some Dream Eaters on the edge, broken like glass on the edge. They wear no mask on the edge, just the wind on the edge. Blood runners with fire between their ears on the edge. They swallow the sun, chew on the moon, star-studded, studded teeth light up the air on the edge, on the edge. They are the war enlisted soldiers. Our battle scars on the edge, dream eaters on the edge, edging. They celebrate their own rites of passage, avenging their ancestors, the revenge of the middle passage. On the edge, they confuse the unjust with just us. Dream eaters just ice on the edge, on the edge. They smoke dreams, choke dreams, stomp dreams, on the edge, edging. You can smell them before daybreak. You can see the shadow at high noon. On the edge, dream eaters on the edge. On the edge, dream eaters, sucking eyes. Sweet eyes, innocent eyes, free and easy eyes, stone eyes, bitter eyes, old eyes, bold eyes, doodoo eyes, bitch eyes. They suck eyes with angry Strauss. Eyes sucking dream eaters on the edge, dying with wet psychic dreams on the edge. In the street on the edge, in the arms of a high funky beat on the edge. They just die and die and die and die on the edge with no cooling boys, no winding sheets, no medals, no honors, backs against their tomorrows unborn. They just die and die and die da 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 da. They just die with just one crystal tear trapped in the fear of a mother's scream. Stop!
And someone I know.
I meant just that, not to ruin the neighborhood, gentrifying it with such painstaking work, to ice me in god-awful symmetry. Takes outlaw vision to be a good hit man or woman. Must happen like walking down an alphabet loft. Smell of garbage and weeds. Young black leather mobs, plenty of chains. Down further to deserted dark. A mugger, beggar, doesn't matter. Someone wanting a piece of ass for the night or a fix. What matters is being jumped, the composition thrown off, seen in disarray. What matters is grabbing that moment, finger pressing down, 1, 2, 3, blindly shooting, a fast getaway. And because it's New Year, this is something like abduction. When I let my lover in all the way, and I was in so far there was no back, I marked New Year on an imaginary calendar, birthday too, and ran naked through phones, crying the news. I'm still ringing in that year, this January. Get on with it. Well, Happy New Year.
Thank you. Linda Lerner. And I realized I've never said it. Happy New Year, everyone. Next, Harry Noodle. Noodle?
Harry Noodle.
Harry Noodle. I think these are made-up names. Lori Weinstein?
Greenstein.
Okay. Frankenstein. And then we're going to do one more of those.
Oh, she got that.
Hey, did you hear Woody Harrelson married Soon Lee?
It could have been any year, actually. So, where is the night I met you? Where is the lovely day?
Hello.
There.
The thing that I think I want to do today, it's too vulgar to do at the other place, so I'm just over here and do something nicer over there. I wrote this a while ago. I wrote it after watching an episode of the Jerry Springer show. The topic was transvestites and the men who love them. And this guy was there with his girlfriend, and he was saying, you know, to me, this is a beautiful woman, you know, she's got like, you know, blonde hair, big breasts, perfect body, you know, just, you know, I love her, and I love making love to her. Now, I ask you, does that make me gay? So everyone in the audience was like, yeah. and I kind of thought so too, but, you know, it got me thinking, you know, I grew up in the West Village, and, you know, I think about this a lot, what is and isn't gay, so I wrote this. Discussing sex with a guy is gay. Discussing sex with a woman is straight. Even telling a woman, sometimes I wonder what it would be like to suck a cock, is straight. Sports are gay, especially contact sports, unless you're the only guy on both teams, in which case it's straight. Gyms are always gay because afterwards in the locker room you're showering with other guys, and that's gay. Watching pornography alone is neutral, like eating a sandwich. It's neither straight nor gay. Watching porn with one or more other guys in the room, no matter how many other women are also in the room, is gay. Watching porn, even gay porn, with one or more women only, is straight. Here's an interesting one. Kissing a gay guy on the cheek or letting him kiss you on the cheek is neutral, like the sandwich, as long as the guy is out of the closet. Hugging and or kissing a straight guy is gay. See, the reason I wrote this is because I know I'm homophobic, but not about gay people. It's straight guys that don't know they're gay. They fuck my shit totally up. Like, the guy calls me up on the phone and he says, a bunch of us guys are coming over to my house, we're gonna watch the football game, you know, drink beer, eat pretzels, maybe wrestle around a bit. Just us guys. You wanna come over? I'm like, no. Okay, now if you've got a guy sucking your dick, even if he's dressed like a beautiful woman, even if he's got the best breast implants you've ever seen, even if you're saying to him, suck it bitch, I know you like it, you slut, you whore, that's gay. Conversely, if a woman straps on a dildo and you're dressed like a woman and you're sucking her cock and she's saying, you like it, don't you? You like sucking my dick, you little fucking faggot. And then she rolls you over, fucks you in the ass and says, you love it, you little pussy boy. You love getting fucked in the ass. I bet you wish I was a man. I bet you wish this was a real cock, you little fucking pussy boy. And you're getting off on this like you've never gotten off before. That's still straight. But then, when you go to the bar and discuss this or any other sexual experience with other guys, that's gay again. Here's the most interesting one I could think of. Sucking a guy's cock can, under certain rare circumstances, be straight. I'll tell you how, okay? Let's say you've gotten into a betting game with a woman, and the bet is that whoever loses has to be the other one's sex slave for a night. You know, kind of thing that happens in Penthouse Forum all the time. And you lose, and the woman makes you have sex with another guy. That's not gay. I don't know why exactly, but it's not. Thank you.
John Alcott. All right, John.
She has a band.
I wish that I could remember the name of the painter you fixed the
With his long white beard and a crooked staff, he tramps along while the folks all laugh. With a twinkle in his eye, he passes them by. The old man of the mountain, well, he wears long hair and his feet are bare. They say he's mad as an old March hare. cares are none, he owes no one, the old man
to be a spread of feast when he's hungry. He don't pay no rent. He sits as long as an old oak tree. He laughs at fools like you and me. I often sigh and wish that I was home man of the mountain.
This kind of a song that was written in the neighborhood in about 1880 or so. And any drag queen that would like the sheet music to it, we'd be happy to Xerox it for you.
I am the belle, they say, of Avenue A, and if you're strolling down that way, you're pretty sure to see me on the street. 'Cause I'm something of a walker, and the fact that I'm a corker is the talk of every copper on the beat. Billy McNeil, he is me steady, and you'll always find him ready for a scrappy match or any sort of fight. He's the bouncer down at Clary's, and he says of all the fairies, I'm the only one he thinks is out of sight. Get off the earth and don't attempt to stay, 'cause I'm a queen, the belle of Avenue A. Ta-ra, ta-ra, ta-ra-ra. I am the belle, they say, of Avenue A, and you can bet your stuff that I'm up to snuff. It really makes me smile to think of my style, 'cause I'm the belle, they say, of Avenue A. You ought to see me spiel with Billy McNeil. He is a bouncer and he's loaded with sand. I may be gay, but say, well, that is my way, 'cause I'm the belle of Avenue A. Billy McNeil, he says to me, he says, you are the substitute. He says there ain't no other girl that's half so sweet. And if I marry you, says he, I swear that I'll be true, says he, and we will make a pair that's hard to beat. 'Cause if he really tries, he'll take a fella twice his size, and he will thump until he can't begin to see. Whilst as sure as mine ain't Sadie, I can polish any lady that is anxious for to have a scrap with me. Get off the earth and don't attempt to stay, 'cause I'm a queen, the belle of Avenue A. Ta-ra, ta-ra, ta-ra-ra. I'm the belle, they say, of Avenue A, and you can bet your stuff that I'm up to snuff. It barely makes me smile to think of my style, 'cause I'm the belle, they say, of Avenue A. You ought to see me spiel with Billy McNeil. He is a bouncer and he's loaded with sand. I may be gay, but say, well, that is my way, 'cause I'm the belle of Avenue A.
We're going to do one more because Casey and I are performing together instead of separately. And
the first song and a half was mine.
Right, and the second song and a half is mine. Anyway.
Hey, that is a note.
I think you probably all know this one.
You keep the winding ocean dry. Everything was made for you and me. All of it was made for you and me. 'Cause it just belongs to you and me. So let's take a ride and see what's mine. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. You see things from under glass. You see the city ripped by glass. You see the things he knows are his. You see the bright and hollow sky. And all of it is yours and mine. And all of it is yours and mine. We're singing la 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Throb like acid rain. Welcome to the hallowed halls. Strap your blinders on. We will mold what you once were into one of us. We will mold what you once were into one of us. Thank you.
Here, come on.
She sang Salome to your song, to the beat of 10 different drummers, dripping olive lips and oiled arms under red-hot suns. She walked 5 miles in 40 days through midnight corridors and Bangkok hotels. She swam oceans and back just to earn a buck, just to hear you call her name. She twisted hair and arm and lash into braid, turned herself bare-ass backwards down city streets and black-tarred avenues, through the barrio, through the hood, through the shantytown of your heart. She spat flowers and sex and noontime promises, like a yellow moon at midnight in the shallow pools of your thoughts, in the small of your back. You wanted fantasy, she gave it. You asked for love, she paid for it. She danced lay greetings from the foothills of Mongolia like the water down your throat. She sang mango juice for your love, crying rivers that could wake the dead. Sang Miss Saigon and Siam Susie, and said to hey kitty 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 kitty, hey kitty 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 cat. She was the call girl of your dreams, the Asian pussy with the sideways slit, the last tour before your wife bore your first child. She searched for the vein of your soul like a needle in your arm, conjuring up promises in a currency only you could pay. In the bedroom, in the boardroom, for your Joy Luck Club audience. She donned gossamer wings, sang butterfly song, 'cause that was the only role she knew to play. That was the only role you give her. Thank you. Next up, Martha Snidar. Snidar, you say it right. Same time?
Okay. Let's try this out.
not yet learned to walk under the influence of kungas or the saucy dialectic of humid paparos. I had fallen for trees that would never turn green. I talked with spirits the way white girls did with their dolls. That year, all the hippies migrated to our corner of the world. Oakland renamed ghetto. Summer became winter. Watts riot still fresh in our minds. That year, all the black kids walked with an elevated fist. Hippies migrated from Frisco, from their communes, from their Volkswagen buses, in their bell-bottom pants, in their granny dresses, in their crushed velvet, they migrated. The hate, the Fillmore, the Tenderloin, North Beach, Chinatown. Where did I come from, eating fried prawns with my fingers hid? I found a conch shell, so split, so open, so brown. I wanted to come when I touched it. Melody back, summer in the 6s and 7s. I could not get a groove until green. Oh, woman, must I ride with your daughter? Oh, woman, must I ride your knees to sit in the cemetery on sunny days until green, jazz unraveling, psychedelia, peace signs of the disciples, Rap Brown, George Jackson, Angela Davis, Joanne Chesimard, South singing of souls in the West, Berkeley, Monterey, East Palo Alto, they migrated. Someone called my little brother nigger. Kwanzaa disillusioned me. 14-year-old girls walked their bellies 3 feet in front of them or disappeared, coat hanger between their thighs when they were found, crumpled like crushed velvet. Footprints of dried blood round them in a desecrated circle. The shamans that prayed for their souls and the high voodoo priestess threw the cowrie shells and wept. Colored women massage their hips, bring on their periods, dry themselves with quinine douches. My older brother preached on the corner like smoke the devil's dress. I tasted purple haze, black panthers. Still they migrated, attending Stanford, the hippies forming their co-op, their 3 third-hand cars. Tutoring my sister in the King's English. She got tired of them hippies and her white teacher calling her little black monkey. She hung with the kids in the street. She changed her walk. Shadows parted in her newfound idioms. And she told the missionaries, all of y'all kiss my natural black behind. Her hips swiveling with the language of oysters, hot sauce, and drums. Thank you.
There she is, Miss America.
There she is, Miss America.
Yo, man, if we catch them in, how much will we get?
Big round of applause. Gene Poole, ladies and gentlemen.
How much time do I have?
I mean, about 40 seconds.
Hi. I'm Cam Man all over. All this to cover a bad haircut. Thank you. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team 4, Canada. Out there, many of them covered entirely with women's hair.
If you take them in, how much do you get?
With light catching upon your skin in the drops from the many stamens of the honeysuckles I have snapped off. Animals came to bless you.
All will open in the morning, wall to wall, mall equipped with 2 McPake poisons, 3 Starbucks, 3 tooth gaps, replacing the community with Eurotrash, bones and kibbles, K-Farts, geekos, 5 spots gone, electric circus gone, Fillmore East gone.
Some things to offend us all.
Not yet.
Nancy Mercado is next.
Not yet. You got to work on
Nancy
it.
Mercado here.
Don't promise us things.
I won't promise you things.
Curtains serve as walls. The children play. Shoeless, they jump from one doorless room to another.
I snort wheatgrass juice for breakfast. It opens my third eye to the Most High, telling me not to use my stomach as a cemetery for dead animals. I party with 40s of carrot juice, ginger, and beet. Helps my tantric love last. I smoke blunts of poetry, shifts my paradigm, helps me rhyme on time, in time, if there is time. I question it, but then I question everything. It's just telepathy, perhaps you've heard of me. I communicate with trees. They tell me gossip, their roots run deep to the center of our universe. I open chakras too. I use my didgeridoo for cultural healing when I play for you. These similes and metaphors open the doors to your mind that was shut. That's why we're in such a rut. But I channel knowledge from the kingdom of King Tut. I was a citizen of Atlantis in a past life. That's why I swim through this illusion that you think of as life, this one of pain and strife, where you'll be imprisoned for eternity until your mind breaks free and you can really see things can change when you question authority, like the elimination of reincarnation in 325 AD. I have no use for a compass. I read the earth's blueprint. Don't believe in owning land or paying landlord's rent. I always give praise to the 7 directions. I know that the soul is an act of perfection. We're all made in the image of God, but God has no body, so I study. It never grows old, at least not the way that you. For soul is eternal, never ending. The kingdom of heaven is within. There are spirits known and unknown, spirits seen and unseen, chanting. Life is full of riddles that only the dead can answer. If you listen, you can hear them in the echoes of the wind, chanting siren sounds from the place that time began. There goes that word again. I believe in all things as opposed to those who believe in nothing. I am the center of the crossroads that all souls travel through, a traverse point in the cosmos protected. I live in all things, exist in all worlds. Place your palms to mine, retrieve your memory. There's a TV screen in the third eye. viewing the Akashic records of the Most High, trace your roots and return to the light. That's our proof.
Nothing. Anytime, please. Disco. I'm dressed for disco. If the tape fails.
And what's disco? Tomasso is next.
That would have been too close.
Tomasso.
Tomasso. I thought she was going to hit you in the face.
The guy of the generation who frequent guest.
Tomasso.
The best dressed award for the poetry circuit. Tomasso, ladies and gentlemen. Tomasso.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. So,
I suppose this is the biggest junk condom there is, huh? I got it from an elephant friend of mine. But I got to return it.
you.
The other Tomasso. The other Tomasso. The brother I never knew was born and died in a country house. Cows and chickens, rabbits and sheep, a woodworking stove, a wood-burning stove, kerosene and candlelight, fresh churned butter, and wild game stored in ice and packed in a water bin. Beneath his upstairs bedroom window, a lean-to shed served as an entrance porch. 2 more steps down led to a road, flowers and grass, vines and bushes, a sweet-scented, gentle breeze, expertly stacked between 2 firs, a cord of split-cedar firewood, berries, grape, cabbage, cucumbers, tomatoes, and corn. I had to climb 5 flights of stairs to our city tenement railroad flat, gaudy, silver-painted, embossed radiators, plugged-in toaster, fridge, radio, and steam iron. In the hallway, 1 toilet was shared by a not-so-tidy family next door. No white picket fence, no streamlined streets, no swimming hole, no tackle bait, just blaring horns, gas exhaust, smoke and fumes, garbage, grease splattering window vans, and abusive delivery truckers. The brother I never knew, who was born and died in a country house. He and I, we sure have a lot to talk about. Thank you. This poem was written off this painting, and I got it upside down. I can't do that shriek. It's okay. You know, I like it, whatever it is. Just pretend there's a window over there, okay? I know, the painting's gonna overwhelm you, and you're gonna hate my poem. If I were, say, a professor, I could give you an assignment and see what you could come out with, you know? Next time we'll do that. It's called The Bedroom Closet Door. What else? The bedroom closet door, locked from within, so many, many years, 'tis cracked open to the flickering of candle glow. The golden morning sky, once hidden by dark and heavy drapery, awakens to the drummer's roll. Dusk and dawn coexist. The painted over parquet flooring is finely wire brushed. what lies there beneath, lovely to behold, a vintage paramour. The upright sofa bed has shorn its shroud. Its dual design no more is masked in a transparent, ghastly guise. The bedroom closet door, once locked from within so many years, no longer enabling a stifled voice, a lonely heart, or lessons taught by an old school mom. Never learn. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tomasso. I have to say that I may become...
Still glad they're here. Feel invisible because nobody's noticing nobody's. Who am I and what do I want? I shouldn't be expected to answer that. And hey, what's with all the filters? I feel left out of all that junk. It seems you can't get accepted without a habit. Get the feeling that you're the only one seeing anything through the lunar light. That's delirious, of course, so quit staring. Remembering hot summer rain scenes, thinking commitment, and converting to a peacetime personality. Meanwhile, sex esteem goes multi-platinum, and bitterness is big business so long as you're not really serious. Get the feeling they'll never find a jury of my peers. I like this place, but they'll never find a jury of my peers here. Kicker's cool. It's a martial art. When you can't liberate anyone else, I guess liberate yourself. Not subscribing used to make me feel bad, but now I'm so glad.
Thank you. Can everyone quiet back, please?
I'll get us started with Miami. Okay.
You may.
Okay. I am back writing 100 Floridas in my... As if posthumous fluorescence was possible in the Renaissance, as if a place old people used to retire to pass away in. Anyway, given wage and decadence, death is a dance, a reverse iron spiral, rusting in the salt mist, hot, humid Alfa Romeo, backfire, empanada, open air grist. How much time do I have? Store structure is all minimalist white, so the spotlight is on product and most not. Well, I'll start off here. Okay. Here back in Nike Town, after you enter, they roll down a screen in the giant atrium and show you a short about a particular star athlete, which they conveniently point you to the appropriate floor to hopefully purchase the corresponding entrance is most definitely not the exit, which takes you through one last shoe display, if you already haven't called it a day. Try not to learn too much from the theme parks. And what did Starbucks learn from Disney, who learned whatever they learned from... The casino director gets involved in the karate enterprise in a duplex structure.
Just a couple names. Julie Jigsaw Ashcraft. David Blaustein.
With bullet holes in her wings. My baby's a heavy mech fighting machine. Total tech. Memories popping. What but show shocking, so I see. Sound saying, spit spraying, you said what I heard me. Lips unlocking, mouth never stopping, insults dropping in blips and bleeps. Her speech patterns are meaner than any lady in our arena. Sending her to metaphorical locker rooms with a broken glass gaze. A permanent smirk on her grill like that supermodel Mona Lisa. Still thin, though all she eats are bread, mayo, ho-hos, and Sicilian pizza. Not only Indian, black, or white, maybe just my vision blurry. For keeping her, some say my mind ain't right, but Lord, I know that cupcake furry. She puts all the Pop-Tarts to shame. Good gravy, such a groovy mama got goo-gobs of game to tame all the toms and tricks. The little leering lesbians who want her down with their cliques. The suburban boys stalking, though never admitting to it. The block-hugging homeboys gawking, ever giving her grief. Those little Latin mothers sucking air through their teeth when we walk hand in hand, no matter the weather. I love her and she loves me.
All who know her love her, and she need not apologize for hypnotizing the easily hypnotized. She's simply beauty, a baby in the dazzled eyes of most, the favorite, a karmic toast. And everybody wants her because she's a comeback kid, a razor tongue, a quick wit on the draw with commercial whip appeal. Got masses clamoring to eat dirt from the palms of her earthy hands. Got an exterior of cool, a heart of war, and a soft booty to boot. Everybody wants her unflinching youth, her style, her eye on the world. Everyone's addicted to her smile. Got constellations and good vibrations lining up when we're together, whatever the weather. This thing survives like a newborn left in a garbage can while a blizzard moans painfully. Can you hear? I want to spend the rest of my life with my blue hair, blonde-eyed, trophy wife. Make love in the face of stress and strife, and art by the light of the moon. All right, this next one is called Rainy Day Blues. Rainy Day Blues shake off a hibernetic snooze. 11 hours is the count. I wonder if my angel's coming home soon. Year 29 in 2 days' time, should I care that the 20s are now behind me? Winter wades into the fray with soggy nor'easters and ever-present problematics concerning money, sustenance, relationships, and spirit. My 15 minutes of fame with its crucial opportunity has been a hasty retreat, breaking into a full-blown sprint, fleeing one so unworthy. Azul shadows on my shoulder whisper. You see, there are all these numbers and reasons rattling around, though no one cares about this, only that the outcome proves sound. The glorious end is what counts. Rainy day blues drown my happy whole. Where do we begin? Whisper shadows, monochrome blue. Here there's liquor and smoke, dirty magazines with pornographic images of shiny pouting lips, inflamed clips and dicks, open butts and thighs, frozen thighs and fuck me eyes. I could stay here forever and masturbate to keep my mind occupied, at least till the fascists come knocking to pull me out by the roots.
They came knocking. They're knocking for you.
All right, thank you. That was Carol Bowser, The Brutality of Time, My fast Rose Rider, she's been around. Jennifer Blood Rider.
Bitter am, but I'm not bitter.
Today. I was bitter yesterday. I'll just read some short poems because of my 3-minute time stricture. Whining, shaking, you have no power left but to communicate a certain nervousness. Nakamura flings her hands at the wall. We don't want it. We don't want it. Times Square, cleaner, safer, brighter.
Yeah, right.
Cured, we're cured. 2 fey old men grinning broadly, silly little shopping bag, gift necklace. Shut Darwin, hey Ira. Why be part of a transition period? It's not the one among many that gets to me. It's this little beginning, little end, hanging thread quality of the current. Fly away home, free agent. Take it all in. So amused. My loneliness bleeds. Doughy men. Evolving slower is all, says Jane. Living in the corner, running. You stabbed her, then acted seductive in her dream. But she works for Payne Weber. The idiot sent candy. I ate it. One more. That's the good thing about writing haikus is she has short American haikus. This is this girl that she started out real normal seeming, and then I ran into her and she goes, we have to talk, and then she goes, this guy in the limousine is following me even when I leave the shelter and all this, and so this is his haiku. Small girl, skull cap, not much room, not much food, eking it out.
I have no idea.
Is Dan Kinsella here? Jan McLaughlin's up. Jan, California, hole in the wall. Lost in the crevasses of the face of the down and out last time. Rod who sits crooked on a stool behind a cash register, hips loaded cases. The voices of all the buddies, enemies, and lovers who ever screamed middle of the night complaints to her and to each other. Too much, too little. Recognizes the ex-con with his party time blonde, busted this time by a blown engine, a $300 tow from anywhere because he's been here before, out of gas and luck. You oughta fill up before you hit Vegas, son. She fucking bitch, it's all her fucking fault, fucking bitch.
But I was just talking about beauty with a capital B, you know? Almost philosophically. And I thought, hey, no big deal. She's a beautiful woman. She can take it. Boy, was I wrong. I was wrong with a capital W. Her eyes blazed up. Blazed up. And she said a couple of nasty things about my personal person.
Who's that?
So I knew I had to say something. And I had to say something quick. And it better be the complete opposite of what I'd been saying. So in a panic, on the spot, like that, I came up with what I hoped was the perfect haiku. But it had 18 syllables instead of 17. So I call it haiku plus 1. 18, 17, who's counting? You know, who would have guessed if I hadn't told you? So in a panic, in a desperate hour, with love teetering in the balance, like that, I came up with, darling, not all the vaginas in China could take me away from you.
That light's gonna fall, man.
And that abated her anger. Now actually, I could have made it a perfect haiku of 17 syllables by substituting bitch for darling. Bitch, not all the But for some reason, I don't know, I don't think it was gonna work for me. Maybe somebody else, but not me. And so I'm left with a slightly superfluous, slightly excessive haiku plus 1. Thank you.
And next up, you know her, poet, musician, Maggie Asa. Maggie.
I wasn't quite prepared. Okay, so I'm going to read, I don't have that many very short things, so I'm going to read a really short story about Wyoming. One time, Lucy took a road trip from Boulder, Colorado to the coast of Oregon. On the way there, we noticed that once we crossed into Wyoming, the beware of cattle crossing signs changed. Where in Colorado, these signs depicted peaceful-looking examples of the bovine species, once we hit Wyoming, the signs showed huge dancing bulls that looked incredibly menacing. These bulls were raised up on their hind legs, their nostrils flared out absurdly, and their little hooves trod the air in a very spooky way. I decided these bulls were satanic cattle and started doing my rendition of a satanic cow. Moo! Moo! I wailed as we drove through Wyoming. After a while, it wasn't funny anymore. Even I was sickened by the sound of my own mooing. Lucy wouldn't talk to me. I was scaring her. I was scaring myself, but I couldn't stop. I just couldn't stop. We drove for 12 hours without speaking. Then Lucy's car died. In a tiny Wyoming town, we had to hole up in a motel overnight to wait for auto parts to arrive from another town. We went out to a bar. There were some Marines hanging around. They were drunk and they noticed Lucy and me and swarmed around our table. Ordinarily, Lucy wasn't very outgoing, but strangely, when these Marines started hitting on us, Lucy responded. She got up and danced with one after another. They twirled her around as Lyle Lovett's record Pontiac piped through the jukebox. Lucy kept throwing back her head and laughing and laughing. She was totally out of control. She'd taken off her big boxy sweater and was down to a tank top. Her sizable bosom bounced and heaved. Everyone in the bar was staring at Lucy's bosom. It had a life of its own. The whole situation was making me nervous, like something very bad was about to happen. But I liked Lyle Lovett, so I just kept sitting there, rooted to my bar stool, while my formerly reticent friend and her huge, enormous cleavage danced. By last call, one of the Marines, a beefy red-headed guy, was convinced Lucy was going to take him home. It stood to reason. She'd been dancing with him for hours. I saw him lean over and say something into Lucy's ear. I saw her face go flat. Really, her muscles just went lax. And then she slapped the guy hard, marched over to me and barked, "Come on, let's go, now," like all this had been my idea. I dutifully followed her out of the bar. I didn't say anything. I didn't know her that well. 4 years later, when Lucy called me from the nut house in New Jersey, she cited this incident as the beginning of her mental decline. Not the Marines, not the dancing, the way I mooed. My mooing made her go nuts. I can offer no explanation for this, but this is why I don't like Wyoming.
Maybe I'll stop.
A street corner type with eyes like cracked blue marbles and a smile frosted as white as windshield mist. Through afternoon traffic, she gazed at me like the dream of a passing chance, but she never stopped hustling no matter how wasted she became. At dusk, anticipation kept me awake until she huddled against my threshold, shivering in fishnets. When the buzzer summoned, I raced to that drop stop on the steps of desolation. Without realizing it, I soon fell straight to hell, waiting and praying whenever she showed up late. One day she stopped coming. After a week, the loss itched like an anthive pitched between my ribs. I trawled the alleys looking for her, quizzing pimps who worked on stupefied stares whenever I mentioned her name. Slowly I traced the fame and shame her voice cast like a visor blue shadow. The starker my sample of Lydia's streetwalker past, the graver my taste for a love I couldn't shake. So I slept in her depths, awakened in her wake, lived on the slivers of facts long ago retained. Finally, I was alone in that attic, reconstructing her loss like a surgeon of recollection. I couldn't understand why I was compelled to do it, why she drew me to that place where decay slips into nothing. I wanted to forget, but amnesia never erased the flavor. I could only relive those polluted nights in memoriam, could only commemorate the times I last saw her alive, where passion swam, submerged in the past, which is, of course, the only thing that lasts. Thank you.
Rob Hardy. Huh? Wet sweaters and roots. Marba uses your empty eggs for painting onto. Makeup kills the sex worms in your lip.
Thank you.
And why is it so Why is it so hard to love my nose? Here. Why, come on, baby, gonna rock you. I'm gonna love you. I took toe booty on you, your crack ass, click, crack ass, click, a crack toe, right down. Mom, to your child, your awesome.
Sure.
I gave him my most alluring look to get what I wanted. But when it arrived, it didn't look like anything in the catalog. Victoria, you did it again.
Two more, come on. Do your watermelon.
That was extremely short.
Do your watermelon.
It's too good.
What on your go-go?
Sinan?
I want to roar until my mind is my own. Roar! I want to roar! I want to tell it to you like I have lived it. I want to bite the hand that feeds me and control the supply myself. Roar! I want to roar until I am awakened by my own cries, reminding me of what it was like to be an unwanted child. Roar! I want to roar because I to give myself the love I deserve. Roar! I want to roar! To think that I was taught to be easy about taking care of myself. Roar! I want to roar! Because I have the right to express my feelings with a roar. Roar! I want to roar because I am free to be free to roar. Roar! I want to roar until the sun rises up inside
set that up too good for me. I don't need this dilettante bullshit. Listen up at me, friends and neighbors. It's the New Year's. And there's a contingency in every plan for what we got going on. And I'm going to tell you straight up, I had a shitty New Year's. It wasn't that good. I had better. I think we all had better. Everybody jacked themselves up to go out last night and get all cranked, have a good old time. Who all exceeded their expectations for this year? Show me one hand. Congratulations, ladies. I'm glad you got what you wanted, because everybody else had a shitty New Year. And that's all right. No, it's okay, because you're lucky. You're lucky to get what you want. Everybody, you need to get out and get what you want. Because lately, I'm telling you, I feel like I'm about to roll off the back of the wagon train. I feel like I'm about to get lost. I'm going to roll off the back of the wagon, and it is my style. I'll roll off, execute a beautiful shoulder roll, and come up and shoot. That ain't no problem. But I feel like I'm falling off of the Lord's wagon train, and I don't know what to do except to ask for help from my very best friends in the whole world. That's what I'm here to do, folks, is ask for your help. You got to stay the course. You got to continue to do the things that you do that keep you on the straight and narrow. No matter how bad you may be feeling, no matter how crazy you may be getting, no matter how shitty your New Year's was, you got to keep your momentum and stay the course. So that's why I'm going to tell you, friends, I need to see you. I need to see you. Now, don't tell me, Reverend Hank, you're looking at me and talking to me right now. That I'm doing. But I want to see you and feel you and hear you. I want to get up inside you. Because I need you, friends and neighbors. I need you. I want to see you the way you're seeing me, because I'm out there. I'm right here. Right here for you. I'm out here in the neighborhood. Friends and neighbors, I set the land speed record October of this past year. 1 block away, just a rolling up First Avenue in a Cadillac. 850 miles an hour.
Yeah.
What if? I got planned for this summer. We're going to have a big old party down at the Hamilton Fisher Recreation Area. We're going to have a belly flop contest from the 15-foot platform. And I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to put a promise to you right now. I'll go paycheck to paycheck with anybody in here thinks they can execute better belly flop than I can. So we're going to stay the course, friends and neighbors. We're going to keep it simple and we're going to keep it sweet. We're going to keep on, and at the risk of sounding like a broken record, I'm going to ask y'all for the things I've been asking of you ever since you've begun to know me. $200,000 I need. Two. Count them 2, not 1, but 2. In case of a breakdown, I need 2 Honda CR500R dirt bikes. I need a cinnamon Filbert ranch. And I need a fellowship hall with which the lot of us can get together and congregate and enjoy one another and eat good food and do the right things in the name of the Lord that we know that we ought to be doing. I need these things, friends and neighbors, and I need them so that I can give them all right back to you. It's New Year's Day, friends and neighbors. It's a special day to everybody, but it's extra special to me, because New Year's Day, tonight, symbolizes 2 years. 2 years from now, friends and neighbors, when we get together in this spot and we talk about the events of the night before, there's going to be a different air in the room, and I'll flat guarantee you that. Because if I'm here sharing myself with you, that means I ain't laid up in a hospital bed after having unsuccessfully tried to jump the Brooklyn Queens Expressway. Folks, let's stay straight and narrow. Let's bow our heads. Lord, I want to thank you for all the good friends that you brought here tonight. I want to thank you for all the good folks, crazy as they may be. And I want to thank you for giving me the words to speak your words. Lord, I just want to thank you for New Year's. Amen.
FARENHEIT.
In your head. Books are burning in our own town. Watch us turn around and cast our glances elsewhere. Books are burning in the playground. Smell of... Thanks.
Next up, prose writer, artist, creator of the stuff for this whole thing, Joan Pagano. She made all the globes, all the decorations, junk, and here she is, Joan Pagano.
Desert Storm. Dear Daddy, I know it's a long time we haven't been talking. I guess you've just written me off. I know my darling brother Steve tells you everything he tells me, so why should you bother to write or call? Well, here's a piece of news for you. My youngest son, Gabriel, the one you lovingly refer to as your polka-dotted grandson, thinks you're the greatest thing since sliced bread. You see, I never told the kids everything that happened between us, how it hurt me so much you didn't even try to understand. They know we differ politically, and they accept that the same way they accept and love Steve, because I taught them that way. They're all very idealistic and active politically, except that Gabriel, no matter what I say or do, is very conservative. He loves all Steve's Vietnam stories, and he begs him to tell them all your World War II adventures, how you won your Purple Heart. Isn't that nice? I guess these things are out of our control, aren't they? Well, I'll get to the point. Gabriel is hell-bent on enlisting in the army to fighting in Desert Storm. He will not, cannot be convinced otherwise. Teddy, I'm sick to death worrying. I'm so scared. We have no idea what's going to happen over there or why. I'm not going into it all again with you, but he's my son. I can't let him go. You lost an eye. Steve lost his arm. I can't bear to think about it. He's just a kid. Please, Daddy. He'll listen to you. Tell him not to go. Love, Susie. That's just like my daughter, and no good brat. She was my pride and joy. My God, she was pretty. Too pretty. She runs away from home with a bunch of hippies, collars, Puerto Rican stripes, polka dots, you name it. She writes me a note. Daddy, I hope you will understand someday. We are creating a new world. You want to know what the little know-it-all said to me about a week before her departure? She says, Daddy, I know you don't really have hate in your heart. You're just scared. Mom? Scared? After I lost an eye in the front lines in WW2? After I stood in front of trucks to try to break the picket line? Yeah. Naturally, I smacked her good. Hope you're proud of yourself. As you probably know, Gabriel managed to get himself enlisted in the army. He's leaving tomorrow. By the time you get this, he may be there. And guess what, Dad? He won't be in one of those fancy toys we're seeing on TV, hitting all those military targets with such precision. He'll be on the ground. Daddy, if there's a ground war, I'll never forgive you. Forget that my heart is breaking for God knows how many innocent Iraqi women and children. My son is going to die, and you don't even care. I'll never speak to you again. These kids make you laugh. I started the war, me? Hey, you gotta let go. The kid likes Rambo. You ain't gonna stop him. Anyway, nothing's gonna happen. There ain't gonna be no level in there from the air. And in a few
signs of endearment. A slip from the Eatley bird trunk.
Darling. If you do not have a functioning criminal class in your art scene, you have NYU. So, I'll just introduce myself. Last year I dissed this like mega big time, you know, I said like, what the fuck's their problem, Cafe NICO. I did it at the Poetry Project, and I said, what the fuck's their problem, man? Like, don't they know it's a benefit? It's not a career move? Like, so what if somebody didn't get asked to read? And then over the past year I've been thinking about Cafe NICO and about this reading, and then I've been thinking about how limited St. Mark's is because a lot of people don't get to read, and apparently being in sonic youth is like the major reason to be a great poet. Now, I'm not a poet, I'm just a fucked up girl, so I will introduce myself. Penny Arcade will be premiering 2 new works in 1998, New York Values, A Return to Corruption and Criminality, and Bad Reputation, her all-girl rock and roll revenge show with a few fags who can't believe they can't be in the show. Tonight, she is accompanied by Chris Rail from Church of Betty on guitar, Marlon Cherry from Mecca Bodega on a shiko. Church of Betty plays tomorrow night at 11 p.m. at Brownie's. Mecca Bodega's CD is available all over. It's called Subway Stories. This piece is called, are we ready? No Mona Lisa. No Mona Lisa. I am back in my honey snatch. My favorite changes constantly. No Mona Lisa. I don't hang around. I stroll like a sailor. Flows pass through me. I keep moving. No Mona Lisa. I cannot catalog the differentiated. I cannot be seen from a different angle, a different perspective. I cannot be viewed in a different light. No Mona Lisa. I don't break down. We made a ball.
you.
Towards the front, read her Steve's work, and Steve is, I'm sure you know, has been around a long time. Is the publisher, editor of Gathering of Tribes, and Clara, wonderful poet, Clara Sallis.
I just, Bruce, so I'm reading his section and my section. Okay. All right, this is an excerpt from Steve's new play called Oops, which is very typical, you know, Steve. It's chapter 9. This is a whole chapter I'm going to read, called How. When it is cold outside, I'm warm inside, and the opposite is true. A world full of illusions. All lies. Lies. The whole planet is a lie. This goes quadruple for the cosmos. It's all a fake. That's the excerpt from Steve's play. I hope I did it justice, whatever that means. And now I'm doing my slide. I'm going to read a poem I wrote called World Without End, which makes it sound like it's really long. And this is, for me, appropriate to New York. It's a new piece. He said to read new pieces, so here we go. The world is without end. The world is the light biting my page. The world is death forever and never death. An embryo revolving in the sun. Its crimson tendrils seeping the trails of our passage. Every hand I have ever held, every heart I have ever touched to mine is a singer on this wind. Our souls shooting through the prism of God's eye. The glassy heart. Well, the response here is all about dental hygiene, and it's really Dear GQ, do vaginal juices brush them after sex as well? If so, how do I make a graceful exit without offending my girlfriend? This guy has a girlfriend? Well, the response here is all about dental hygiene, and it's really boring. So I wrote my own letter of response, and it goes like this. Dear Smiley, the answer is yes. Vaginal juices cause decay. And your teeth aren't the only thing you should be worried about. Because my juices are so poisonous that your entire mouth will rot. Your gums will bleed. Your tongue will swell up. Your skin will turn blue. Your arms will fall off. Your entire body will begin to decompose. Your heart will explode, and then the entire universe will blow up, because my vagina brings death.
And,
So what are you doing?
sometimes I think men can kind of sense that about me. Thank you.
So what are you doing there? Huberman's the name? Yeah, Huberman.
There's a lot of science fiction movies out now about fighting aliens, you know, these horrible, humongous, green, purple things. But I'm fighting my own war in my own apartment. It's not rats, it's not cockroaches, it's dust mites.
Ho, ho, ho.
Millions of them. I got millions. Okay, I'm going to keep it in a 3-minute thing. I'm going to try anyway. This is called 3 minutes to go. 3 instant orange juice. 3 minutes to 1998. 3 minutes to read this rant. But please remember, it only takes 30 seconds to die or to come. The new James Bond movie advertises that tomorrow never dies. And Dylan's theme song is The Times Are A-Changin'. Harry Houdini and Anne Rice's vampire characters might know a thing or two about that. But time is funny in that way. It keeps on passing. Yet for some people, let's do the Rocky Horror Show Time Warp. It's 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes and counting. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. 3 lousy minutes. 3 minutes is all you have.
What?
It's a book burning. I dance in circles. I don't need books. I'm burning my books. I censor myself. I destroy knowledge. I dispense with my intellectual baggage. I swear on a stack of burning Bibles I will tell the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me. Let's be there.
What's coming? Hmm?
I woke up from the dream and I looked up and I was on a couch facing upward, and at first I thought I was just imagining it, but I saw these little spots floating in the sky, and they kept moving, and every time I tried to look, they moved away. And so I figured it out after a while. I was just kind of sick and tired, and I was just seeing the blind spot in my eye, and it was moving around. But I was kind of sick, and at least I could look up into the sky, and there was the telephone poles with the there's a lot of work. Telephone poles with those wires hanging down from them. And you ever look at those? They've got those little blobs in between the wires, and you're like, what is that?
Pigeons.
But you know, if you go up there, you'd have to have those really cool boots with the spikes and stuff inside them. And you never have those. So I realized that actually I'm in my parents' house and everything is small. I look across the street and there's that guy, the guy who has the, you know, that emphysema thing? It's like a big green lung thing. And he has it in front. He just sits in front, and the TV is playing really loud. But there's nothing else happening. There's nothing else happening on my block. And I think that it's kind of weird, but, you know, it's just, everything just seems kind of small. Why don't I make so much work? You know, you're in the suburbs, right? You're in the suburbs, and what do? You know? You're sick. So, you want to, you know, you like watch television or something, right? And you turn on the television, and it's like you hear Bob Denver's voice, not John Denver, not John Denver, Bob Denver. And from Gilligan's Island, remember? So, but it sounds like it's Gilligan's Island. But sounds like Gilligan's Island, but it's not. It's one of those traffic safety films. It's one of those traffic safety films. And they have the lens on the camera. It's supposed to look really wide, but it's not, because they have the wrong lens on the projector. And so everything is kind of, everything looks quick. Careful. Careful. But I realized that this guy who's sitting behind me, and every time you see those little, you see on there, you see like an old lady comes up and stuff, and you think, oh, well, you know, he's going to break and all that stuff. You look at his score at the end, and you know, you get the low score, and that's when you're supposed to be good. And he would have like 200 points, like a lot of points. And then you realize that he doesn't care. He's just trying to cause trouble. But he's cute though, in his own special way. And I can't help but notice.
Kids, don't try this at home.
He's really kind of
When is the joystick not
hot. They start really getting into the fact that he's like killing all these people. So I start looking at him, and every once in a while I start looking back and seeing what he's doing. He has this look on his face. He has this look on his face. He's just smiling. So, but you want to watch television. You want to watch television, but you don't know whether it's the right thing. I mean, it's all metallic and chrome. It's got that big thing on it. The new ones have the thing that you change the channel. And it's really hot. You just think about that guy driving, and you see this little girl come in front of the car, and I think, oh, she looks kind of cool, so I put on the brakes and I slow down. And I realize you get really close, and it's me. But it's me, and I've done it.
Great experience.
I take it the dildo was supposed to fly.
It's risky up here. It's going to get even riskier. Bob Holland!
We used this last night.
Good evening. My name is Sasha. I'll be your host for the next 3 minutes. I'd like Thank you.
Exactly, and the majority of the people I've slept with in my life have been both alcoholics and mentally ill. Right, I want to tell you a story of something that happened to me recently. I was sitting around the ice skating rink in Rockefeller Center, and all of a sudden these kind of preppy types come up to me and say, "Can we interview you?" And I said, "Do I have to move?" They said, "No, sit right where you are, just like that. We're going to interview you." So all of a sudden another dude comes up with a camera and it starts rolling. He points it at me and he says, "What's your name?" My name is Jeff. "Jeff, do you like to go to the movies?" "Yes, I like to go to the movies, but I find them to be rather expensive." "Jeff, what if I told you there was a way you could get movies for less money? Would that be interesting to you?" "Yes, that would be interesting." "Jeff, have you heard of SpectraVision? Does that sound interesting to you?" "Yes, it does." "Jeff, what if I told you there was a way that SpectraVision can soon get people first-run movies at home? Does that sound interesting to you?" And I look right in the camera and I say, "No, that sounds horrible to me." I said, "I am not in favor of this movement to give people everything they need at home with that one monitor, that one box.
while the camera's rolling, I look right at him, and I say, no, I think it's good for people to have to get up, to have to walk around, to have to talk to each other, to have to learn how to talk to each other again, to have to learn how to make love to each other. No, I'm not in favor of that. And he looks at the guy with him, and he takes the camera, and they look at me, and they say, we're out of here. And they leave, and I want to explain to you why I did that. Recently, I was watching a black and white documentary about the Industrial Revolution and what was going on at the turn of the last century. We're approaching the turn of the next century. At the turn of the last century, I was impressed with the black and white dynamic footage of trains rushing back and forth. I was moved by this, and I realized that at the turn of the last century, we had a revolution that was designed to get man or woman off his ass, and now we have a revolution, the information revolution, designed to keep man firmly planted on his ass. Now, some people say this will be somehow liberating, that man will evolve into a state of pure consciousness, free of his physical body. I would like to suggest to you tonight that if all of this keeps up, man will evolve into a state of pure fat ass. They say that the evolved man's body will involve a larger head with larger eyes for better video perception, smaller limbs, but something sleek with a large head and large eyes. I agree with that, but I think that this large head structure will rest directly on two immense ass cheeks. That will be the form of the evolved man. 3 blobs. 3 blobs in a chair on the World Wide Web. Peace.
This is a 3-minute pause for 1998. 3 minutes is not enough time to adequately say much of anything at all, especially when you are a long-winded blowhard like me, who can't reach down into the core, shove my brain through the bullshit to get to the point in anything less than 7. Why, even my domination scenes go on for 7 hours, not 7 minutes. Though I understand even the most sadistic mistresses are drained in under 1. It takes me that long to paint my name on my submissive ass. So, 3 minutes is a problem, don't you think? But we must all be polite. Each one has something to say, and maybe it is the sum total of everything that is important here. The essence of our blended thoughts, that is the ultimate thing, which is why I will try to listen for the soul song that bursts forth, and not to my own greedy heart, which wants to steal the spotlight, make a major splash with the media, tell you all about my new hypnotism-related tattoo, and also get signed to a TV, movie, recording, and book contract before the night is over. But 1997 is over. 3 cheers, 50 cheers. That was a rough one. I made it through on my feet, but now it's time to wear the braces in 1998 to help me walk. And maybe I will be this way forever. And 1997 has seen me take up the whip, the crop, the cane, the paddle, and with those implements of destruction, venture into a fling with intimacy that I had never dreamed could exist. I never thought that internet weirdo who tried to convince me it would be fun if he hung me from the ceiling and made me into a living voodoo doll, sticking me with long, piercing needles while he painted lash stripes across my tattooed posterior regions. I never thought that I would become that internet weirdo who wants to turn brawny tough guys into helpless creatures, spank them until they bruise, until they have been marked, and would gladly drink their New Year's toast from a dog bowl while wearing blue metallic ASPCA ID tags that say they belong to me. I can really say now that I have experienced almost everything, and I have dreaming up more everything, creating experiences that have never been lived before, using my favorite fashion accessories, of which I already had a full supply, of chains. I have written odes to chains, quietly in my chain meditation, unable to move, but feeling beyond measure. This poem seems to call to a stop. Time is up, sadly, and you can see that I have only just begun this rapid rip, which is infinite in its failure to recognize the end. But was it 3 minutes? Insert convulsive laughter here. Think about it. Every year, I have a 3-minute poem, and you all take my word for it.
J.D. Raves. Is Nelson Alexander around?
The toe of the mannequin who was wearing pantyhose in a store window on Broadway. And I thought, wow, even a mannequin can't keep it together, and she doesn't even go anywhere. So, anybody here hate their mother? Anybody in therapy bashing their mother? This is a poem for all the mother haters. I don't have any power in matters of the heart. I allow the others to decide, to make a move, even when they are younger. Except for my children. They I will grab by the throat and throw them around the room until their necks snap. Motherhood is not for the squeamish.
Was today. Chopping flyers at Kinko's coffee shop. Chopping flyers for anti-hoot. Cute girl asks, do I want to enlarge? Charge or check. Flashback chick licked my eyes like a big old reality dog. Fog robbed the scene of all civil rules. Fools and apes the other customers became, and I asked myself, how did I get to this place making flyers for open mic like I care about creating yet another lame brain drain music game? And the consumers became mice running around computers and paper cutters, and I was on no drugs, just blindingly clear, sober insanity. The day I went insane was a week. Bleak, sleek streets with no left turns allowed cowed me on to North Beach Circus. Lust and blue mist kissed my trigger, and I figured some nude dancers were in order. Borders I've never explored needed exploding, so in I blinked in the raincoat dark, heart hammering, dick chattering, in booth, window sliding, and bam! Naked, giggling women swimming on stage, me in cage, pumping quarters into slots, and oh, I'm hot and gone, but feeling cool like I'm finally free from the children's table. Cradle rocks, I hit Vesuvio's bar. I bum a camel from Paul Cantor, banter with afternoon drunks plunking more quarters into jukebox rocks with Sinatra, Gilberto G. Money and memory, I go up the balcony, I kick back with blonde fire-nosed poets I know, and she's real, she's not behind the glass. Numbers swapped, I bopped out and back to Porn Palace, wishing it was the girl herself from Vesuvio's, twitching, swishing, wishing I was sex itself. The day I went insane was today, and I'm a mad, bad, sad lad crouched inside my name and age, raging at the 90s recovery zombies who threw me a lifesaver of the wrong flavor. Behavior boxed into boxes too small for my psychedelic soul, and I want out, and I want to be an angel and a demon both. Don't divide me, don't divide me, don't divide me.
Killed him. You don't fuck with us down here in the goddamn East Village. You made some mighty fucking shit down here. $50,000 worth of plants destroyed at Fort Chico. Garden Maria, Angel Garden, Little Puerto Rico, and now you're gonna fucking die. Our enemies are gonna die. Here's a little song I like to sing. Kill your enemy. Kill your enemy. Don't turn the other cheek. Kill your enemy. Kill your enemy. You'll get a good night's sleep. Now, listen, I want you everybody to raise. Who believes in freedom in this room? Let me see you. Let me see your right hand. Let me see your hand. Who believes in fucking freedom? Come on, you asshole. That's fucking right. No. Who's gonna put something on the barricades in front of the garden? Who's gonna do it? Let's see your fucking right hand up there. Who's gonna strike the blow, you little pussy poets? Let me see your fucking right hand right now, goddammit! Alright, who's gonna fucking burn their fucking fences over there? Let me see your fucking right hand, you little deputy. That's what I thought. I happy new year to you all. Chico was a mighty man, and he freed the land. Come on, Chico! Raise your right hand, raise it up! Chico was a mighty man, and he freed the land. Come on, raise up that right hand, baby. I'll tell you I'm a little late today because I was in jail. Yes, courtesy of Rudolph the Red-Nosed fucking Bear! God damn it, that asshole. He killed us all. Everyone in here was raped on December 30th when they whacked 4 fucking gardens that we built out of the sweat, love, tears, and determination for freedom that we all in this room, the anti-St. Mark's greeting, are all over here being very proud of. We like to say, Bruce, he's like dying, he's going, I'm buddy, this guy was Chico Mendes, brother was dead. Chico Mendes was dead. He died in 1988. He was killed. He got the bullet through the heart. I got the fucking target on. You want to take my ass out? Let's go. Let's rock and roll, baby. I didn't build that garden just to fucking pussy-ass my little dick around. No shit. This is the fucking symbol of the future, and we all know it. So, God bless you, everyone. Happy New Year. Raise that right hand. Let's hear it. One more time. Come on. Yeah! Fucking hound down. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Chico. You guys are good and cute.
I think it's really, it's consumerism. It really is. Because it's like, I'm going to break it down. Give me a second. It's kind of like, okay, you look, people are so apathetic in this country in like 1998. You look at somebody, you know, a run-of-the-mill guy or whatever, and they're like, are you going to vote this year? And he's like, no, I don't really vote. People fought and died for you to vote, and he said, I don't really care about voting. You tell that same man, listen, okay, you even so much as write a poem about democracy, we're going to throw you in jail, throw away the key. The same guy's going to go, I don't really care much about poetry, okay? But you take this same guy, you bring him into a McDonald's, okay? You let him order his chicken McNuggets, and then the guy behind the counter says, do you want sauce with that? He says, yeah, great, what kind? And the man behind the counter says, we only have one kind of sauce here. You know what that man's going to do? He's going to say, one kind of sauce? I'm a fucking American. You can't do that to me. I'm a fucking American. I want 57 kinds of sauce, and I'm being torched. And thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Becky. Donnie.
This food could learn to run that we might not seize it.
The Fahrenheit 451, I did this last year. I am doing new works. This I actually wrote in the back tonight. It's called Fun, Not Fun. Fun, David Huberman. Not fun, coming in 30 seconds. Fun, listening to others. Not fun, hecklers in the front. Fun, hecklers in the back. Not fun, bad-smelling penises. Fun, penises, vagina, and ass. Not fun, gastrointestinal pain. Fun, screaming really loud. Not fun, running out of weed. Fun, farting. Not fun, accidentally shitting instead of farting. Fun, Amanda Vogel's vagina. Not fun, bitching about the time limit. I'd like to close. Earlier, one of my colleagues, who I thought was very talented, did a moment of silence, which is very, very difficult in this room. So I'd like to...
the parting of the ways of the city of people. What we're doing is incredibly short, so
That's fine.
this is actually longer than what we're doing.
Crossover. It's short, it reminds me of you. Change your fast.
Hi, I just want to mention, we were live on Steal This Radio. I thought from 12 to 5. We were actually, I just learned, on live from 12 to 7. And we're going to be on live again from 9 to midnight. That's 88.7 on your East Village dial.
It's been a long time since I've done anything even remotely like this. I hope I haven't forgotten where it's done.
Who gets tied up?
All introduce yourselves, by the way.
By the way.
No? Okay, well, they're beautiful. We love them. If they pass by the mic and say their name, we'll love them more. Mark.
That's Mark. I'm Dave. She's Jack.
Yeah.
We're out.
Mark, Dave, and Jack. All right.
Okay, Robin the Trailer.
Yeah, when
25 and he's got to wear a hearing aid. Yeah, but we're careful. We don't enter the ear canal. Oh, come on, man. Sometimes you say something and I can't even hear what you're saying. And it's not because there's too much wax. There's no fucking wax.
It's a day for everybody who lives in New York because at 1 p.m. the mayor was sworn in for another term as commandant of the gang in blue. 4 more years he will stay, which means, among other things, the ultra-racist sitcoms on TV will continue to be followed by the nightly casualty report. And we'll continue to be told to hate and mistrust each other. East of Avenue A, you watch your buildings go down, your green spots taken away. In 91, on people, they use their bulldozers the same way. So all your new neighbors are gonna be the kind that will say, no hablamos la lengua. Ellos deberían hacerse un trasplante de alma. El universo no está hecho únicamente de problemas de la clase media. Si Giulianiville is el modelo for progreso, luego the city is a room back in which not a single one of my wants is. Republicans demonstrate their love of New York by hiring 40,000 cops to shoot down its children while their own hide out in Catholic schools safe and privileged. The only condos people east of Avenue B can get into are made out of cardboard. Windshield scrubbers on Houston and Broadway have gone the way of the dinosaur. Dance clubs are full of sex criminals who don't fuck like Republicans or Democrats. Selling tree on the corner avoids the man with the tax. People on assistance are made to wear slave vests and push brooms in the street. That's not what police chopper Bright being searched for at night over Avenue C. When the squad car cruises the block with its loudspeakers to offer 10 grand for anyone who blabs about it, the silence of El Barrio shows the city can be beautiful for 3 whole minutes. Monocultural economics is like what kicked Arafat out of the opera. Anyone who doesn't make 30 grand causes such civic fear. That's why in Giuliani's plan they have already all disappeared. But the universe isn't organized with taxes, business, and guns. You can't make harmony in a death factory work camp with a tragic ignorance they call Republican love, where it's more important to save a sports team by making us pay for their new stadium than it is to prevent the death of one 5-year-old Lisa Izquierda. So close down a hospital, park, and train station to save enough tax money for your vacation while the rest of the citizens come home from work on a bus full of people insulting each other. It's just Giuliani's love for the city, so don't be so stressed out while you smother. That's why every breath I take is a living reminder of political failure to get everyone to think the same way you do. I'm just visiting from another universe where politics means death and lies, and the love will be of well-being comes out from poems and through. Mi cuerpo ha encontrado el tacto del agua, he venido a dar más como me usará la luz hoy. Adulaciones materialistas, ser humano indica errar. En la nación de una persona cualquiera, silencio física, existe algo entre el amor y yo, libre de lo que mi cuerpo trae a las funciones de la habitación de mi mente, a las consecuencias, tráelo mi vida, minúsculo aparición, transformado en respeto para el equilibrio de todos necesidades, de todos necesidades. You can't put chain link around my mouth. Won't be long before Rudy and his fucking judges are out. Up in my mind, I'm completely free because Equalis Sophia still reigns.
that gets a start. We should pry wide apart every crack that gets a start. We should pry wide apart. Use your fingers, brain, and tongue. They think they won the fight, but we'll make sure it's never done. Liberation zone. Doors open.
I'm reading two poems. The first one is called Delphi. Outside the window, two men struggle with a long red ladder. A horizon. I sit facing your face, facing me as you sit. We are at a generic dinner table. Out of our remote curiosity, we keep moving our heads to see what's happening outside the window. Under two men's shoes, the wet pavement, it shines with a sparse euphoria, something similar to a humility of an Asian playwright who savors his solitary meal sitting next to a cash register in an empty Sunday evening restaurant. Imagine the hill where the sky opens to eternity. We squeeze lemon into our soup. It is strange to think no one can truly be alone living. Next one is called Everybody. On a solid surface of an indifferently hardened material, two men sit. They think, they rest. On the same mid-afternoon sunlit surface, a woman joins their vacuumed solitude. She seems to want nothing. Chairs float empty, wired to the air, painted silver, purple, red and gold, with nobody on them. The sky is blocked by a giant yellow billboard sign that says, everybody. Weaving a series of one-liners, one after another, into our life's breath, we skeptically try to cheer us up. Shoes glued by temporary eternity walk into an empty theater. They look warm with human sweat. We mirror ourselves on an affordable looking glass every day, but we still don't know who we are.
Yes, I think we've got Margot Gazalian. All right, well.
The difference. You know, when you stop and think about it, there's never been a better time to give us your money. We can help. Our highly trained, skilled professionals will work with you side by side to get your money. Your fake prestige representative understands how to get your money. We have a long tradition of pretending to care and feigning concern when we fleece you of your money. For an unlimited time only, let us send you free of charge a prospectus detailing our plan to take your money. Consolidate those debts that you owe, all those little debts to people, into one huge debt that you owe us. You have a friend at Anchor.
Hey! Every form generated homogenizes individuals. Judges keep licensing more New Order propaganda. Question reality. Start thinking. Unlearn vacuous ways. Examine your zeitgeist. Zealous yuppies exploit weaker village urbanites. Trendy shops replacing quality panorama. Outraged neighbors moan losses knowing junk invades. Hellish gentrification from egoistic developers. Communities buried alive. If it isn't in words, it didn't happen. Sure, a picture is worth 1,000 words, but if you don't have the 1,000 words, then how do you really know? Don't be antisocial. Make sure people understand you. Narrate your day and the day of those around you. Don't let those feelings go by the wayside unrecognized, and record everything you say. If it comes back to haunt you, you want to know what you said. Strive to use up those boring dead spots. Don't leave people looking around. Stretch and fight to get those expressions out of her eyes and into something you can repeat. Seize that passing sparkle and delineate it like a pretty mounted butterfly. Underline the high points and the low points and the points in between, but don't point. It's not polite. And don't throw rocks or run around with sticks gouging people's eyes out, because that's not nice at all. And what's the matter with you anyway? What kind of behavior is that? Why is there blood in your pockets? And why is there mud on your hands? And what the hell are you doing with your spare time? Why don't you go out and watch some more television like other kids? Do something. Be somebody. Be yourself. You know what I'm saying.
Do you have your own matchbook, sir?
No.
What kind of a man are you? You don't have your own matchbook? I don't have my own either.
That's a good question. What kind of a man am I?
What kind of a man are you?
What kind of a man are you?
Well, you can call me... I'm changing my name to a stage name. My name is Rachel Arias, but I'm changing my name to Mrs. Powers. So, your turn. What's your stage name?
Fido.
Fido?
Yeah.
What? Oh, sorry. Whoa. You guys want to have sex?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Good night.
All right. Mrs. Powers. Mrs. Powers, Rachel.
I'll return it.
Okay, so like whenever I raise my hand, everybody says there.
It's on 14th Street.
Where is it? Like, yeah, exactly.
I gotta look at my script here. Hold on.
Carter, it'd be better if you stood behind Sparrow.
Yeah, right.
I'm trying to be media friendly tonight. I'm just trying to do whatever.
If anybody else wants to
or
come up,
anything
you're welcome.
friendly.
That's right.
There is a new McDonald's in the East Village. No, not yet. It is here to join the Kmart, the Barnes & Noble, the 2 Starbucks, the Gap, and the other McDonald's. Every day, the blood-smeared arm of the Imperial Dragon reaches further into our village. Ready? There is a new McDonald's in the East Village.
Good.
Go away! Go away! Go away! We shout. But this paradoxically only makes the arm advance. There is a new McDonald's in the East Village.
Thank you, Val.
You can kill our spirit, but you can't kill us. We will fight on vapidly with empty eyes. We will hurl spears into the blood-smeared arm of the Imperial Dragon. We will fight to the death, and then we will be reborn to a new life, and we will fight to that death too. There is a new McDonald's in the East Village.
Can I have fries with that?
But a trip we put together is called Southeast Drive.
At first we were chasing New Year auto racing, Daytona, Miami, Lincoln, Alabama, made it to the Mighty Rock, party down to River Rock, up in Mississippi, don't look like a hippie. Took the tour of Graceland, but put me in my postman, got me the song to sing, when I cried for the king, I had to pay my cash all the way to Nashville, turned into a blessing, heard my own test pressing, almost broke, ain't no joke, had a smoke in Roanoke, got under the covers, Virginia is for lovers, with all due modesty. Wow, what an odyssey, can't eat much more pork, get me to New York, First we were chasing New Year auto races, Daytona, Miami, Lincoln, Alabama, made it to the Mighty Rock, partied on to River Rock, up in Mississippi, don't look like a hippie. Took the tour of Graceland to put me in my postman, got me the strongest drink, when I cried for the king, I had to pay my taxes, all the way to Nashville, turned into a blessing, there's my own test pressing, Almost broke, ain't no joke, had a smoke in Roanoke, got under the covers, Virginia is for lovers, with all new modesty. Wow, what an odyssey, can't eat much more pork, get me to New York,
Not complaint. Out to everybody here. Alright, I'm going to read this. It's called Flatland, and I'm going to read it.
Hello? Okay. I just composed this piece on my sampler to go with it. So just wait, I'm going to play that to read with the poem. Just wait, see if I can get to it. Cleansing. On 42nd Street, the fertilized and grow walls of glass. There's smiling cartoon characters popping Prozac. Gone are the junkies, whores, and hustlers that press to the knees of a Christ-like heaven for weekend pedophiles. Crazies looking for any satisfaction, and me wondering what happened to the videos of teenage girls from Holland. Does it matter? The runaways lining up to be viewed, like an amorphous father figure cracks his whip, to the left or right, deciding who will become infected, or freeze in the cold, or just take too much smack, and who will survive another night, richly decorated with semen, and bearing a crown of thorns as they are made to pray for an insane price that preys on young boys in some remote parking lot in the Port Authority bus terminal. I wasn't looking for danger. I was just passing by, taking in the paved nightmare as I remembered what once was. I only wish the rain would bring back the sun.
Thank you, Carl Harris. Got Mariana Rose.
Well, they love each other. Well, Lily and I probably still do love each other. We're just not girlfriends anymore. Don't talk to her about those things, Erica. My sister yells from the kitchen. She doesn't understand.
Doctor, you're drunk ass, that's why. Plus, it's warm in the corner. The angle is directly inverse to the path of the draft from the door. And the bartender likes to hang out over there when shit's slow, so I'm guaranteed he'll be there for me when I need him. Plus, your drunk ass nauseates me. And I want to get as far away from you as possible. Look, if you need some input from me, you come to me, okay? Good. Now go fuck yourself. My drunk ass itches.
Yeah! On a final note, my problems at work started recently when the guy in the cubicle next to me tried to talk to me, and he like leaned over the divider of the cubicle. He was like, "Hey, I don't think I've introduced myself. I'm Bill. What's your name?" And I looked up and said, "Why? You want to fuck me?" Thank you.
Bob Howard.
Don't make friends with baby boomers. Now, I say this with the utmost respect because I know there are so many of you out there. But mira, you know it's the truth. Nobody can smoke, drink, or eat lunch one in front of you without getting a hell lecture. Mira, you're going to live a lot longer if you live like a Latino. 5 days a week, your body is a temple. The other 2 is an amusement park. No non-primate animals, only to the horse. Plus, it tastes good. Now, you think about that for 1 minute. It's smart, it's clean, and it tastes good. And that's probably more than you can say about who's sitting next to you right now. And mira, while I'm on the subject...
As it gets, buried in leaves, all Spanish wine drunk, the mildewed, bittersweet smell. My words, totem bone and tenement fur, only burn at the temperature of skin and skins and bird feather patched together. I'm in the vein of trying to burn because a reading is people arteries and colored stone and all the graffiti of the world and all the incised metal of maybe other worlds are trying, have been trying since life was light and could pierce incredible space to turn a burn so hot that every nerve at every end of universe could feel it. But so intolerably high in temperature that one would have to be oneself to sense it. The neighborhood of intimate and everyone, so that even diving through without a body, you'd be scared shitless, hot enough so that even without eyes or eyeballs to bubble in the glare, your sight would be afraid of brightness. We're talking possible hot here. We're talking space.
At the Siboney Ballroom, no one won. Mr. Gracia, thank you.
Tzaurah Litzky. Okay, next we've got them up here and they can come up. 2 musicians, Evan Dodd and...
name on me and lick it away. Such false modesty. I see you naked and you still won't look at me. I don't know what to do. Now you see me naked and I am scissor. I put out a magazine called Pagan Place. It's on sale at the table back there. And the next issue is going to be about water and blood. And water and or blood are welcome to submit it to my attention. And the address is inside the magazine, or come to me yourself and I will give you the details. Thank you. And so here's a little poem about water, which I wrote in the 4th grade. It's about Noah and the ark. When Noah sailed the ocean blue, he had his problems, just like you. For 40 days, he sailed his ark, looking for a place to park. Thank you.
Okay. Well, that was to the point. Robert Scott? Robert Scott here? Is Robert Scott here?
This is not Tzaurah. Sorry. Yeah. Can everybody hear me? What about the people waiting to get into the pissoir? Can you hear me back there? Larry has warmed you up for me. This is, be honest, show hands, tough year. Okay. Perseverance, blessing, coming, and mercy of Smirnoff vodka. Bless the inventor of detox. Hula. Bless Timothy Leary, whose last words were, why not? Why not? Why not? Dear Timothy. Bless the protein in the urine, the DNA in the snot, and bless giving it another shot. Let's hear it to bless giving it another shot. Oh, poppers, the nose pickers, the crotch sniffers, and all the small, quiet, sneaky pleasures. Bless the wrongly accused, like Richard Jewell. Bless running shoes, born-again fools, dumb luck and grit who made me stubborn, and the banana-nosed God who made me silly. Bless the God of the wild card, the God of trying too hard, and the goddamn who cannot take responsibility. Fruit on the rotting vine. Bless Mr. Clean and Turpentine. Bless the weavers, the knitters, the sewers, the menders. Bless penis. You hear?
Mute. Kelly Hartman. Okay. Jeff Wright. Larissa Schmallow. Marissa!
Even when the surface current seems to be going the wrong way. The river, I've drowned many times and come up again, dead and also gasping for air. My path is, I don't know tide the currents, have never understood how the river flowed.
Perhaps it does not. There's only the leap in my heart and my mouth. I can't walk, gasping for air and dead many times. What it is that I can't swim, and the water is hard. It will continue, he said.
Downtown crowd can only get better. Corporate control is a wonderful, beautiful year. The corporate transnational, a wonderful profit-generating year. It's only 49 cents, though. Mickey D, you never tasted so good. Let me stick my tongue in between those words incorporated. We love your meat. We want your meat. Hell is this cat. And we sell it to the children. Yes, we do entice the children. The ultimate in pornography. The ultimate dick. And they do it with a smile. Manipulation. Sex. Children. Corporate America. The world is different. In your life, you'll feel better. The laughter will go from here till there. Quiet. I really do have an ability to make the whole audience just stop talking. Amazing! Amazing! It's not that serious!
Feliz Anno. Let me share with you my three-line contribution to Fahrenheit 451. Right now, 5 conglomerates own all media conversation.
We don't even have a role model for what good conversation is. Somebody who can grasp the complexities of living life here in the twilight of the 20th century. Somebody who can tell it like it is. Well, listen up, inmates. I just realized I'm perfect for the job. I've been around, I lived a life. I even have some wisdom, because wisdom is what you get when you don't get what you want. I know what life is about. I know we're all born crying, we live complaining, and we die disappointed. I know the only thing at the end of the tunnel is more darkness. I know the only solace you find is in solitude. And a bowl of cereal in the morning, the moist smell of your own flatulence, and the touch of your own hand on your genitals. And then you die. So listen up, Warren Food. I'm the new conversationalist, and I'm feeling loquacious. And if you don't know what that means, too damn bad, because I feel like talking. And what I feel like talking about is love. Something I know a little bit about. God knows I've paid for it enough. Most people are afraid of love. So they go home with someone who's going to treat them like dirt, so they don't have to face love. And if that's the sort of thing you like, see me later. Because the deeper you go into love, the more you confront yourself. And that's a bad thing. But I can tell you how to love without getting crushed. Because love is like a drug. If you can handle the side effects of rejection and despair, then you can enjoy the benefits of hurting someone else. First rule of love, don't get attached. You go home with a cute Cheerio because he's got great taste. And the next thing you know, you're standing outside the dressing room and Loman's holding her handbag, wondering what the hell happened. I'll tell you what happened. You got attached. So the next time you're feeling all warm and fuzzy with your lover, just give yourself a good blow to the head.
Nice one. Do it again.
Ringing it in. Because pretty soon they'll start looking at you for good feelings, and you don't want any part of that. So take it from me. If you like your meat tender, sometimes you gotta smack it around with a metal hammer once in a while. That's all I gotta say now. I'm the new conversationalist, and I'll be talking at you.
so good, isn't it? Did we get out of it? Are we good? You good?
Gloria and Michael Villa.
Who?
Yes? Yes, no.
Yes,
okay.
no. Yes, no.
Gloria and Michael Villa.
Yes, no.
What?
Who is the last performer?
It's Barry Antidote.
Everybody, are you alive?
No.
98, 98, 98! Make some noise, people! You're alive!
98, and like, I didn't pay last year's rent, so I'm kind of still in last year. Somehow I didn't get, alright, I'll shut up, okay. Okay. I can stop? No, that's new for this year, that's a good start. Okay, let's kick it. Drinking starts me thinking. I have a fear that New Year's here. Time to get out the old mistakes and make room for the new mistakes. I feel the earth turn. I have to throw it up. It must be the end of the year. Another New Year's here. I'll make new promises to me. Promises I can't really promise. I wish the old and it was the new. I have new resolutions in my New Year's resolutions. I have new resolutions in my New Year's resolutions. I feel the earth turn. I have to throw it up. It must be the end of the year. That is all names Thank you. Happy New Year.
Are we ready yet? We're getting there.
What is this, stand up because I stood up? You know, I really wanted to do a thing where sometimes we did take me out to the ball game, but we won't do that right now. We're going to have Ron Combs. Ron Combs. Ron Combs. Present the charm.
To you, Veronica, whom I came on to in a midtown happy hour bar. My eyes full of your pearl-wrapped neck, your red dress grabbed curves. Your force fed me 45 minutes of abuse, as if to say, you're man enough for me, eat this. I affixed a smile to my face, counted your barbs till you accompanied me to dinner, later back to my place, which after a long weekend I moved you into, one might say, impulsively. To you, Veronica, who were the ruin of many an expensive time, whenever you requested your wristband while we fucked. A request always taking me by surprise, though you moaned it into my mouth so I couldn't refuse. I wanted to believe you read me as good-natured enough not to harm you, but I think you've just been mistreating yourself too long to really care. Veronica, it took me no time at all to catch on that you were a lush. And a hothead when confronted about being one, especially when screwing up. Like the time you passed out with the oven smoking black and the stain on my carpet where you pissed and threw up the same spot. I, the guy who had to clean it up, forgave you. But my home couldn't stomach such disruption. I put you out soon enough. To you, Veronica, with whom I shared a final dinner, after your unexpected marriage to an alcoholic vet, who'd seen too many battles or else was born with that prominent chip. We all met in a restaurant. Your husband started a rant against the nearby presence of two huge Marines. I glanced over. They glared back ominously, slow burning their way to an attack. I abruptly rose, wished you both a long life together, which at that moment seemed unlikely, and fled. Well, I address this apology, Veronica, to you. I deserted you and your husband, who richly deserves it. Though I know I'll never hear you yourself apologize to me. For you're a hothead and a lush and a self-destructive angel. And I pointed that out too often for you to forget.
I was convinced. I lay there, hearing the beeps and the moans and the telephones, the creaking wheels of medical carts and hospital beds, smelling the antiseptic in the hallways, seeing the glow of the bathroom light that never turned off and the nurse's conversations. And I thought, what happened? Grabbing my pillow like my girlfriend, I thought, what happened? What happened? And only months would begin to tell. Thank you. Oh.
Painfully golden day. You will now give us a J. You will now give us an A. Now put them together. What is the spell? All right. We have much to do this morning. So, let's begin by introducing our co-donors. With updates from the world of research, our health and science editor, the incomparable Nurse Ratchet.
Ever wonder how long a man can stand being totally encased in rubber? Stay tuned for my special report.
Covering all sports, including which teams were beaten, say morning you all to Mistress Marv Albert.
Yeah!
I'll tell you who's up to batting practice.
Today on Good Morning Mistress, our guest interviews are with none other than Dr. Forsyth P. Miller and Dr. Martin Faith Boy, co-authors or lecturers of a recent bestseller from St. Martin's Trust, entitled Gefällt das book? Gefällt das book now?
Ich bin ein Booking.
Entitled Stand Up and Be a Man, a guide to assertiveness for the male animal. Willkommen, sagt er Miller und sagt er Space Boy. Space Boy, that is a very unusual name, is it not?
No, it isn't. You see, we're originally from the wine regions of Alsace-Lorraine. It's a fairly common name there. Thanks for having us on your show. That goes double for me.
Not at all. Else, I congratulate you on your truly remarkable sale.
Thanks again.
I wonder if you could tell us about the origin of this book. How did it come about?
Well, it came about from certain situations in our own lives, really.
Yes. Many years, we had trouble expressing ourselves, standing up for our opinions and the like.
In terms of the business world or just socially?
Well, it's in terms of both, really, taken aback.
Right.
Well, in today's socially challenged environment, many men have trouble being assertive on the job, in relationships, what have you.
Yes, now our book, through a series of guidelines, shows these men how to stand firm and clearly express their beliefs. So when men stand firm, they will stand up and be men.
Well, that is interesting. But how do you define these guidelines?
Well, let's say you're involved in a conversation, and it turns into what you might call a friendly argument.
A difference of opinion.
A difference of opinion, yeah?
Yes, and now a large number of men will lose the argument before it's even begun. Now, our book shows them how to eventually come out on top and win. And you see, weakness for men is simply not an option.
Not an option.
Now, I'm having a little trouble understanding. Now, how is it possible that these so-called men you're talking about could get some help from a set of stringent behavioral guidelines?
No, I stake my professional reputation on it, Marv.
Mistress Mars.
Yes. Miss Marv.
That's very reassuring, Dr. Miller, but certainly these men who have such problems with job and relationship pressures, wouldn't they benefit from more professional help? Well, what do you say, Dr. Paceboy?
Well, that would depend, you see, but you see, this is individualism.
Then what could be more individually beneficial than this?
Ow! But you see, the individual is benefiting from the guidelines.
Honestly, Dr. Paceboy, or Dr. Miller, isn't it true that there are literally hundreds of similar self-help volumes on the shelves today that claim to address the very same problem? Most written by women, as I might add, and for a great deal less than $29.95 a copy, eh?
But, you see, our book is different.
Because why?
Because it works?
Did you say something?
No.
I really have trouble with this. Now, I cannot understand that you could actually name real men who have benefited from this, can you?
What did you say?
I think I heard him say that all men are world-fouling, war-mongering pigs, and that women are the supreme beings, and that they will and should rule the earth.
Yes, that's
I did not say that. No. Oh, you didn't? But then you better say it. In fact, you better say death. Death to the world!
Oh, God, Dr. Paceboy, someone help me, please!
On your knees. See how it sets up behavioral guidelines for you.
I think you two should change the name of your book to My Life as a Cave-Dwelling Chinese.
Oh, don't be intimidated. Just say it.
I'm a cave-dwelling Barney. Drop your superior acoustic fine. Just you know how to behave.
Oh, good.
You'll now keep out the food.
insurance if you would care to mention.
Might you call in?
Yeah.
No.
No, there. That is all we have time for now. So, once again, the book is entitled Stand Up or Be a Man, a guide to assertiveness for the male animal.
That was so enlightening, wasn't it? I hope you doctors sell many, many copies.
Brilliant. It's an honor to be in the same room with such minds. Ow.
Coming up next, an animal demonstration with Nurse Ratchet and the good doctors. So don't touch that dial.
Feinstein, Piggle, Flippity, Floppity, Swoop. Damn, my team's about to run out.
Let's hear for Fonder's Theater.
This one.